In keeping with that tradition, I'll now bow to my right, bow to my left. My left. And having done so, request delegate to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Thank you very much, honorable members. Before we proceed, I would like to remind delegates of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular parts 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103, which provides as follows: that the hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that the delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for the purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present, that delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak, that delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted, that all delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system, that delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones, and that all delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. In addition, I would like to remind the delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive and special delegates, and SALGA representatives on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate SALGA representatives and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation gadgets on their desks to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegates, in accordance with the Council Rule 2291, there'll be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Before we proceed to questions, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the ministers from the economic cluster, especially the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Reform and Rural Development, Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, as well as all permanent delegates, MECs, and all special delegates to the House. Further, I would like to remind delegates that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council rules, the time for reply by the minister to a question is 5 minutes. Sometimes this creates a bit of a problem as the responses tend to be a bit longer and take more time than anticipated. So the time for reply by ministers to a question is 5 minutes. Only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. A member who has asked the initial question will be the first to be afforded an opportunity, as members know, to ask a supplementary question. The time for asking a supplementary question is 2 minutes. The time for reply to a supplementary question is 4 minutes. And the supplementary question must emanate, as members know, from the initial question. I now take this opportunity and this moment to call on the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to respond to question 22. Maybe before we proceed, it may be a good idea for me just to indicate that question 22 is a question on protocol for citrus exports. This question comes from Honorable Modise and is directed to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, my colleagues, the ministers present, honorable members of the NCOP. The question asked by Mayor Modise regards the phytosanitary and protocols for citrus export, basically looking at issues of plant health. I must say that in respect of the phytosanitary protocols for citrus exports to the European Union in particular, very little progress has been made. I say this because South Africa has been disputing the European Union citrus import measures from the early 1990s, more specifically on whether fresh fruit is a pathway for the introduction of citrus black spots into the EU. You know those little spots that are on our oranges? That is what the EU has been disputing and saying it's likely to send some plant diseases to the European Union, which we actually dispute because there has not been any scientific measure to that regard. We have been going back and forth on this issue to find a best way on settling the disputes between the two, particularly using the International Plant Protection Convention. This process has been frustrated by the way in which the European Union has actually been responding on this matter. In addition to that, early last year and its implementation around May, June, there was then another new measure that was put by the European Union in respect of false codling moth, which is a pest that is usually found amongst fruits in sub-Saharan Africa, not only in sub-Saharan Africa. There were protocols that were agreed to between the two, which in our view, the same protocols that had been followed by Israel are the protocols that as South Africa we have been implementing. However, last year, the European Union increased the measures that our farmers must comply with. And this has actually caused a lot of challenges in our citrus industry, more costs in terms of compliance that must be followed by our farmers, but also the cost in terms of exporting. We've been engaging with the European Union in this regard. We've had technical meetings. We've also had ministerial meetings late last year, which from where we sit, we are still not convinced about the measures that the European Union has actually put in place, particularly when it comes to the scientific measure in this regard. We have requested the EU to send us their scientific report, which actually indicates that false codling moth is a pest that can affect negatively their jurisdiction. The farmers and ourselves have been engaging in looking at various ways in which we can address this matter and looking at the possibility of taking this matter to the World Trade Organization. Question 2, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development is involved in the matter of a request to initiate an anti-dumping investigation against South African exporters of lemon juice in the United States. South Africa export fresh fruits, particularly citrus, to different markets, including the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Thailand, People's Republic of China, United States of America, Middle East, different African countries and others. Each importing country has different phytosanitary import requirements that South Africa has to comply with. South African exporters of fresh fruit to the US has been given accommodation and they've been allowed, particularly from areas where there are no black spots, in provinces of Western Cape, Northern Cape, Free State, and some part of Northwest, in particular, Taung and Christiana. The regions within the pest-free areas are demarcated by magisterial districts. False codling moth is also a pest of concern to the United States, and in transit, cold treatment is used as the mitigation option to control the pest. I must just say, honorable members, this is one of the reasons that the European Union has been raising to say, why are we not complying with what they've put in place when we've been complying with the United States? And we've engaged with them to say, from the beginning of the negotiations, the European Union had particular requirements which we had followed, and the United States had its own requirements which we are following. So it cannot be used without necessarily providing us what has changed from what we have been doing thus far. So, honorable members, will continue to engage, and hopefully we will find one another, because for us, the European Union still remains an important market that would like to retain for our farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The first supplementary question will come from Honorable Modise.
Thank you very much, Chair of the National Council of Provinces. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for very detailed response. It shows that South African government in agriculture, they are doing very well. But however, Honorable Minister, I'm very much interested to get a full sense on the role of the department in supporting the citrus industry in South Africa to ensure compliance with the EU cluster, citrus black spot risk management system, and whether the EU citrus black spot risk management system has a negative impact on other integrated insect pest management program, especially those that are aimed at the sustainable, environmentally friendly means of controlling citrus production pests. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks, Honorable Modise, for the follow-up question on this matter. Indeed, the department has been assisting our farmers to be able to comply with the measures that our destinations in terms of market access have been negotiated. Even with the European Union, we have been assisting our farmers with the compliance, even though we're disputing the scientific measure as it relates to whether or not citrus black spots can actually be said that are transmitting diseases to other destinations. So we've done everything possible on our own to make sure that our farmers do get support so that we can be able to export our citrus industry to the world. And I must say that the measures for compliance are not only made for export destination, because South Africans locally also need to make sure, need to be assured that what they get from their shelves, it's what meets the health standards. Thank you very much, Honorable Modise.
Thank you very much, Minister. The second supplementary question comes from Honorable Nana. Honorable Nana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. Minister, I take your point that at the level of the department, we have done everything to try and mitigate negative impact of this impasse. But the Citrus Growers Association of South Africa are calling for a political intervention at the highest level. They request the intervention of the president with seemingly very little success. It is critical that the South African government put a stop to a looming crisis, threatening the number one agricultural exporter in South Africa. I do hear you. You have done your best on your part. When will you rope in the president to resolve the matter? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Nana, for the question as well as the reflections that we have made. I must say that the president has actually been engaged on this matter, and the Citrus Growers Association are fully aware of that fact. Last year, when the president of Spain, at the time who was the chair of the European Union, came to South Africa, this is one of the issues that President Ramaphosa raised very sharply with the president of the European Union in his capacity as the chair of the union at the time, but also as the president of Spain. And I raise this because, honorable members, you would know that actually our competitors in the European Union on the citrus is actually the Spain farmers. And we have never seen it as a challenge because our seasons are complementary. Only last year that there was a lag where there was actually a layover in terms of their season and our season. So when there's always the pushback in the citrus exports, in particular in the European market, the Spanish farmers would have actually raised this issue within their jurisdiction. So when our president raised this issue and wanting to find a solution, he did that advisably because of his concern of our industry in South Africa, not only just the citrus, but the agricultural industry as a whole. Even now, he continues being engaged on this matter because he believes, as we do, that this is an unfair practice, particularly by our trading partners, which needs a resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The third supplementary question comes from the EFF. Honorable Leahy.
South African citrus growers have been caught up with international red tape for decades, with little support received from this department. Which measures has the minister put in place to ensure that in the long term, the regulation imposed on citrus export will not translate to additional new costs on growers, threatening the sustainability of the industry?
Minister.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Firstly, I think it's important for us to appreciate that South African farmers, in terms of compliance with phytosanitary and sanitary measures, have actually done their best, supported by our regulatory environment as a department, but also further support that is given by institutions such as the PPCB to make sure that they meet the standard for general application, which is usually required by our exporting partners. So with respect to compliance, that has not been a problem, which is the reason why the Department, not only of Agriculture, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, as well as Foreign Affairs or Department of International Cooperation, has actually been engaged on this matter with our trading partners, in particularly the European Union in this respect, because we do believe that the measures that are being put by the European Union in respect both of the black spot as well as the fourth codling moth are unfair. They would actually increase the cost of production and of export by the South African farmers. It is for this reason that we have been working with our citrus industry to make sure that we did and address those matters. Secondly, we have not only been focusing on one market, we have been looking at other alternative markets in East Asia, as I've mentioned, the countries earlier, as well as the United States, in the Middle East, because we do believe that while we may have a dispute on one market, we must be able to expand, the opportunities where our exporters can export their goods. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Minister. The last supplementary question comes from FF Plus, Honorable De Bruin. Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question has been covered by the response from the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now proceed to question 11. 11 is a question that is on relief from diseases. This question comes from Honorable Professor. It's directed to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Professor, for the question that you have asked. Indeed, the challenge that on the support biological products has been facing has necessitated a number of interventions. First of those, in the 5th administration, it was about ensuring that we prepare the facility so that it can meet the requirements of production of vaccines for animal diseases. When we took office in 2019, we were informed of the challenges that had happened in respect of that contract, which unfortunately is still in litigation between the contractor and OBP. However, we've also realized that there are issues of capacity that we need to address in order for the OBP to meet all their statutory requirements and be able to protect our head. I must say that currently we have and are engaging Aspen, which is one of the companies that we know that produces human vaccine, to assist us in order to make sure that we're able to meet some of the requirements. The first line that is now in operation has actually been through the assisted of the engineering capacity from Aspen, and we continue to engage with them in this regard. Secondly, we're also working with the registrar in our department to approve some of the applications that have been made by other private sector manufacturers of some of the vaccines, such as the blue tongue and African horse sickness. And we do believe that ensuring that there's a multiplier of suppliers in this regard will ensure that animal health is protected. This does not mean, however, that we are not focusing at positioning OBP to become a company that is actually doing its work as it must in terms of protecting our head by producing some of the critical vaccines that they have to. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Professor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, thank you for what you've shared with us, but it stays with talks. We need action. Farmers, the stock farmers, the equine industry, all of them needs answers. We need like 10 million dosages of bloating. It's not available. Animals are dying and suffering. And then also we need to know that there must be some transparent understanding from consumers out there. Why did this department, knowing about the 500 million rand failed upgrading in preparedness, did nothing to inform the livestock and equine industries of their incapability to produce essential vaccines that will negatively impact on herd immunity and food security? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. I was looking at Honorable Professor and I was smiling because indeed she picked up from the question and the answer I gave that is not just talk. It's something that we're doing precisely because we understand that the farmers out there, but also consumers, are more concerned about the availability of vaccine for our animal health. I want to assure you, Honorable Professor, that I have been engaging with the Animal Health Forum because I do believe that transparency is important to ensure that our stakeholders have a full sense of where the challenges are. And we have not hidden that there are problems. That is why we have gone out to engage private sector partners who have got capacity to assist the honest import biological products to be able to produce. That is why we are asking our registrar, because we know that there are some private sector companies that, particularly on the African horse sickness and blue tongue, that have indicated that they have capacity to produce so that they are registered as soon as is possible. That are measures, not just talk. They are actual measures to make sure that we address the concerns that you and many others in this house and outside are actually having. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now proceed to the second supplementary question from Honorable Nsube.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson of the Council. To the Minister, I just want to check with you the interim measures in the immediate that are in place to ensure that the availability of a critical vaccines for impending vaccination seasons and that livestock and animal breeders are ready for the weather events that usually lead to the persistent rains in certain parts of the country and most likely to lead to a disease outbreaks.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The question that has been asked, what are the interim measures? As I've indicated, one of those has been approaching other private sector companies to come on stream. The engineering capability that Aspen has, which is assisting us in this regard, but also procuring from outside South Africa, as we do when we have the challenge of foot and mouth. We actually procure vaccines from Botswana when we do not have capability on our own in certain instances. ARC itself has been asked to actually ramp up some of the production areas where they've got the capability. So all of those are interim measures to make sure that we do not have a challenge within this industry. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'll now proceed to the third supplementary question from the AFP, Honorable Adebe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, Honest Import biological product was established more than a century ago and is renowned worldwide for its innovative research in livestock vaccine development. Because of its advanced research capabilities, many vaccines used worldwide were developed by the company. However, all these vaccines were developed before the company became corporatized with the government as the sole shareholder. Considering that lacking expertise and outdated technologies has been listed as key challenges, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister how your department aims to address this. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Ngiyabonga mphathishlalo. Ngibonge Bhungane. Mangisho nje Bhungane ukuthi inkampani le ye-OPP kwakuyi-directorate e-departmentini. So ayikaze ike iphathwe okanye ibe sesandleni somunye umuntu ngaphandle kahulumeni. From its inception, OBP was actually a state entity, even though in its initial phase, it was a directorate in the department. And the difficulty at the time was that as much as they undertook basic research, applied research were necessary, they never traded on its name as OBP. they were actually selling to third parties, then would brand those vaccines as theirs, when actually both the antigen and the actual production would have come from government funding in the Department of Agriculture. So when government took a decision in 2000 was to make sure that as a state we can participate in the entirety of the value chain and be able to brand and trade in our own name. There have been challenges, and in answering this question in the beginning, one has admitted that yes, there has been challenges. We started about the improving of the company that was necessary, but at the same time, losing capacity and ensuring that we're able to intervene at various levels by bringing other private sector partners to be able to ensure that the company is back on its knees. We will continue with that work because we appreciate the importance of this company, not only in the country, but also some of the people who receive these vaccines from our shores. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The last supplementary questions come from the EFF, Honorable Leahy.
Which steps of intervention has the minister taken to tackle the causes of the shortage of vaccines, so as to ensure that vaccines production occurs in a timely manner?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I do think I have answered this question, but I will repeat it. As I've indicated, that we are ramping up our own facility by also bringing in other private players to assist in the production phase. We've also ensured that we do get other private players to be registered as producers of these vaccines so that they too can produce and assist so that we do not have a challenge in this respect. We will continue to ensure that where interim measures are required, where procurement can happen from outside, we will do so, because what is important for us is maintaining our animal herd in good health. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, we will now move on to the next question, which is question number 26. This question is on anticipated locust outbreaks. The question is from Honorable Mkiva, and it's directed to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. To Honorable Mkiva, yes, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development signed contracts with all locust officers as at 28 February 2023. The contracts will end on 31st August 2023. New contracts will be developed for the new outbreak season close to the expiry of the current contract to ensure that there is no void. The contractors are already executing the work of controlling the outbreak. And I think it's important for me to indicate that some of these contractors we're talking about are actually our farmers who have been very helpful in ensuring that we control these locust outbreak that we've been seeing in the past year in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Mkiva.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. I think it's straightforward answer. Iyahlupha le ndaba yentethe ngoba yonakalisa izityalo zethu xa ifikile ingumndilili ifika seyichabalalisa. I would like to make the follow-up question in the following manner, Minister. Especially given the fact that in 2021-2022 season, South Africa experienced the worst outbreak in 25 years, which affected more than 23 million hectares of land. The finalization of these contracts is extremely critical in supporting the work of the locust officers. Are there any plans to look at the use of high-tech early warning systems to monitor locust swarm movements and collect more data to make it very easy for the district locust officers to determine where to spray, which swarms are the biggest, and which swarms to spray first, and how far are we in that process, Honorable Minister?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Mkiva, for your follow-up question. And I think most of us here, maybe some who are young may not know this. We grew up when our parents were telling us Neskonyane, which is actually what we are facing. And I must say that these locusts in South Africa, because many of us might not have known, they have been breeding in the Northern Cape and they've been managed. That is why we never had a problem of any outbreak. However, as we all know, the challenges of climate change and what happens in our ecosystem has actually necessitated the spread that we saw last year. And this is why we had, I must say, a bit of a challenge, because the span in which these locusts actually spread was beyond the geographic area where they'd always been contained over the years. And I must say that I want to thank our farmers and other controllers who have really been helpful in ensuring that we manage this challenge, including some of the private sector companies such as Kumba, who actually contributed to make sure that we can have more chemicals to be able to continue to spray at the time at which we needed to. The question you're asking whether are we including technological advancement to be able to assess and be able to monitor on time to see where these locusts may be. Yes, we do, and we must, because it is critical for us to be able to have a foresight where some of these challenges are and be able to activate and act on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We will now proceed to Honorable Dubrain.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, what measures have been put in place to ensure that the repeat of last year's issues regarding the non-payment of locust officers and critical service providers will not happen again this year in order to ensure the effective control of locust outbreaks? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Dubrain, thank you very much. Firstly, it has been to ensure that we finalize the contract early, but also in engagement with the contractors, those who are producing medicines and those that are spraying. We actually have a line of engagement to make sure that we do not have the challenges that we experienced last year. And I must say, though, that part of the challenges that we experienced last year had nothing to do with non-payment, but some of it was because some of the controllers were hoarding medication because they were anticipating that it might continue, which was contrary to the agreement that we had had. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The third supplementary question comes from the EFF, Honorable Lutuli.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, will the discovery of natural gas in Namibia and Mozambique create opportunities to boost South Africans' economy and social development in the long term? If so, please provide details in regards as it relates to women and youth. Thank you.
Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, I am not sure whether this question is not meant for my colleague, the Minister of Minerals and Energy. If it's a question related to me, it will be a bit new, not arising from the question. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Lutuli, on what point are you rising?
Chairperson, the question is related to her because It's from the main question, which was asked by Honorable Ngiri.
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes,
Are you so truly?
yes, Minister.
The main question related to the control of locusts, which is what we are dealing with now.
Yeah, I'm sure Honorable Lutuli would like to think over the matter.
Okay.
So we will proceed to Honorable Ocamp.
So,
Honorable Ocamp.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm standing in for.
Please take
Honorable-
the question.
Okay. Minister, I'm still with you on the locusts. Apart from the contracts with locust officers must be in place, it is equally important that the additional support that they must receive are in place as well. It was therefore worrying to see that during last year's locust outbreak, locust officers were not equipped with the correct quality of PPE required to work with the pesticide. They were furthermore not allowed to claim for more than 150 kilometers of traveling per day, which in a vast and outstretched province like the Northern Cape is far too insufficient. A further threat to the containment of last year's locust outbreak was the availability and distribution of pesticides, as well as national and provincial governments' refusal to declare these outbreaks as a disaster. Minister, what is your department doing to ensure that in 2023, there will not be a repeat of all these shortcomings that occurred during the locust outbreak of 2022? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Member, for the follow-up questions. I agree that indeed there has to be appropriate PE measures, PE outfits that are given out to those who are spraying pesticides so that their health can be protected as well. Secondly, with regards to the claims, I will give the follow-up question in written form because I may not speak of the CAF without knowing the detail as to where that happened and what were the circumstances. So we will do a follow-up on that one. Yes, we will do our best to ensure that what happened last year, whatever weaknesses that might have been there, will be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now proceed to the next question. Question number 4. The question is on small-scale farmers. This question is from MJ Makwala and directed to the Minister of Agriculture and Reform and Rural Development. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The question relates to underspending. Whether or not such an underspending did not have negative consequences to our producers. I think it's important for me to indicate that indeed, as government, there is no way we can say any form of underspending, no matter how little, would not have impact on service delivery, in particular in this area of work. So I will be the first to admit that yes, there was impact in respect of this underspending, particularly if one looks at the delay on the support to basic, which was the 231 million that had to go back to the fiscus, even though we applied and we were given that rollover. But the delay had happened, which means, therefore, the farmers were not able to farm at the time at which they needed to. Secondly, part of the underspending related to compensation of employees, and that underspending was 276 million. And I would like to indicate that, yes, that would have an impact because otherwise, those warm bodies that we need, it doesn't matter whether they might be in administration, or it might be technical services. There are critical skills that would support our farmers. And therefore, it's not something that we can be happy about, that as a department, we've had such underspending. I would like to indicate that in respect to the work of the agency, the NAMC, which has also been asked, I want to indicate that through its agribusiness development division, it facilitates market access for farmers, especially smallholder farmers, who are most disadvantaged in terms of market information, compliance with South Africa's official perishable product export certification, packaging, quality control, consistency, logistics planning, and business linkages with potential buyers. Between April to June 2021, 21 smallholder farmers from Dabankulu linked with a fresh produce market to supply vegetables. The farmers are organized into small projects and cooperatives and farming in a total of 81 hectares collectively. 7 potato farmers from Limpopo and 1 farmer from KZN were linked with Garankuwa market and crop box market to supply mondial potatoes. Between July to September 2021, 20 vegetable farmers from Ochabelo area in the Free State province were linked with Garankuwa fresh produce market to supply onion. The farmers specialize on various vegetable production and farming of 64.5 hectares in total. The MC, in collaboration with National Lucerne Trust, linked 9 Lucerne producers from Northwest Province, Greater Taung Municipality with Lucerne, Hay Traders, as well as with Agri-SA, SA Alfalfa, OVK, and Triangle Commodity Trading to supply small, large, high density and round Lucerne bales. Between October to December 2021, the NAMC, in collaboration with the Jozini local office of the Department of Agricultural and Reform and Rural Development, linked 22 goat farmers with KwaZulu-Natal Kakaza Goats Market. The farmers specialize with indigenous, crossbred, and Boer goats. In January to April 2022, 28 farmers were linked with Freshway markets in Tshwane to supply potatoes. The farmers are from Konjeni rural area in Jozini, municipality Umkhanyagude district in KwaZulu-Natal. I'm raising this to indicate that yes, though there might have been challenges, but there has been work that our entities have done to support small-scale farmers to be able to link with the markets. Some markets closer, some afar. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now proceed to Honorable Makwala. That's the first supplementary question.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to you, Chairperson, the honorable ministers present in the House and honorable members. Thank you, Minister, for answering that question very lengthy and long. It seems like a very good question, but my supplementary question is like this, Minister. The government has a crucial role to play in increasing the market participation of emerging farmers. Yet to date, small-scale farmers have faced a number of limited factors under your leadership. If the department is underspending its budget, which is intended to help the small-scale farmers, how will it assist farmers who are facing challenges in agricultural sustainability, water scarcity, degradation of the ecosystem services, as well as financial crisis facing the poor communities? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Member, for your follow-up question. Indeed, as I indicated earlier, that no government can actually be happy or content on any underspending or even overspending where it has occurred, but more particularly underspending because it does have an impact on the delivery of services to those that need most. So what I was just reflecting with you is that yes, this underspending had an impact, but despite that, this work that was done to link farmers with markets, we will continue to ensure that we spend the resources that this parliament have appropriated in support of our producers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The second supplementary question comes from Honorable Badenhorst.
Honourable Minister, good afternoon. Welcome to the NCOP. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Honourable Minister, in a time of food security and rapidly rising food costs, the agricultural sector has never needed more government support, not only for their own survival, also for the survival of all South Africans. Thank you, Minister, for your admission of maladministration that you've just done to the House with the underspending and the reasons you've given for the underspending. We appreciate the honesty. Thank you for that. My question to you, though, is, will the senior managers and the Director General be held accountable for this underspending? Will the Minister reallocate the unspent funding on small farmers to provinces that actually have the capacity to improve the development of small-scale farmers? And will you kindly meet with the African Farmers Association, with the Black Farmers Association, and apologize on behalf of your administration and your department for failing the small-scale farmers? Thank you, Minister.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Member Barinhost. It was a very good welcome that you gave me. But I must say that actually, I do not agree that what one was agreeing to is maladministration. What I indicated was that, yes, there has been underspending, and I've explained areas where such underspending has happened. I also indicated that no government can be happy where underspending has occurred because it has an impact on the delivery of services. So I'm sure on that one, we agree. The question about apologizing, I would not know where it comes from because I've not heard AFASA or any other Black farmers organization arguing for an apology. We have been working with AFASA, with NAFU, with FUSA, with Agri-SA, with TUT, all farmers organizations, we engage them and we support them where the need arises. We're going to the World Farmers Congress, for instance, where SAI and AFASA are the members, farmers organizations in South Africa. They've engaged with us as government to work with them to support their hosting of the World Congress, which we have done and agreed to. So we will be going, and I'm sure they will invite you to be part of that World Congress, because it's an important platform with South Africa's farmers engaging globally, are actually putting South Africa on the map in terms of what farmers are doing. DG and senior managers, yes, are engaged in respect of how do we improve this underspending and what are the causes of such underspending. That's accountability, in my view. Thank you very much, Honourable Barinhost.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We'll now proceed to submitted question number 3 from Honourable Ngwenya.
Thanks, Chair. Honourable Minister, the presentation underpending on goods and services is very concerned for us as the council that present the interest of the provinces. It puts a very unfair blemishes of the good work that you are doing in this sector. Now, what is the main reason for the slow expenditure on goods and services, and what measure are you putting in place to ensure that underspending on goods and services is addressed? Finally, Minister, what are the reasons for the underspending on compensation of employee? Ngiyabonga.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Ngibonge mama ngiyacabanga ukuthi umele usalka. Am I right? Oh, okay. Ngiyabonga, House Chair. Mangisho nje ukuthi
Kumele Gauteng.
kumele iGauteng. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, the issue you're raising does impact on provinces and as well as local government. But in this instance, the underspending was with respect, in terms of goods and services, was with respect to goods such as computers and others which were supposed to buy our provincial offices, not your provincial governments per se. So there was a delay in procurement. Unfortunately, that resulted under spending. And we will indeed try to address that going forward on timing on when such procurement is done so that it does not impact negatively on the spending of our budget. That goes also for the compensation of employees in terms of the time it takes for the adverts, recruitment, and all of those processes, which we have spoken with the Director General. And I must say that the President himself has been concerned and has spoken to the Directors General through FOSAD, which is the Forum of Directors General of South Africa, to really impress upon them that we need to fill up vacant posts in government because they are important for the functionality of our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The last supplementary question comes from the IFP, Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, your department has responded to that delayed submission and payment of invoices contributed to underspending. However, considering that there are many small-scale farmers struggling to penetrate the market, I would like to know what administrative measures your department has put in place to ensure underspent funds are redirected to aid small-scale farmers. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Member Hadebe and members. I think it's important for me to indicate that unspent funds go back to Treasury if they are not spent at the end of the financial year. A department can apply for rollovers where they indicate what are the reasons for that underspending and why is it important for Treasury to actually be sensitive and appreciate the need for a rollover. And there are requirements in terms of the PFMA when such rollovers are allowed. So I don't think one can say unspent funds can be reallocated to a particular program because they had not been spent in that particular year, and then therefore they will go back to Treasury. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now proceed to the next question. And this is question number 12. The question is on shortages of vaccines. Shortage of vaccines. This question is from Honorable Professor and is directed to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Honorable Professor, sorry, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I have already answered that question.
Sure, Honorable Professor is happy.
Is it a new
follow up? Please.
question?
I'm sorry, Minister. I work with people that demand answers. And if I can just bring this to you, I know that you have almost covered everything. But if I can bring this to you, that we must remember there are people that lost their existence because they need horses for transport in mountainous areas. And they cannot get down the mountain or up the mountain. They cannot get to pensions or to food or to medical assistance. And they want to know, how will they be compensated for losing all their animals, all their horses? One man phoned me, he lost 7 horses. He's 78 years old. How must he get down the mountain? It's 11 o'clock at night. They phone you and they ask, please assist. Where can we find vaccine? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Professor. As I indicated earlier, the question had been answered and had follow-up questions, 4 of them, Chairperson. But on that matter, Honorable Chairperson, I will be glad to actually give you in writing and engage with the relevant parties that you have identified, and we would appreciate if we can get their contacts from you. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Minister. The second supplementary questions come from the EFF, Honorable Leahy. Honorable Leahy.
Yeah, the lack of vaccines at OVP is a major challenge, which is consequence of several factors. The main one being the deliberate sabotage of and exploitation of state-owned enterprises, which is classic of an ANC government department. Minister, why is the African horse disease vaccine and several others which are needed for livestock farming still not available? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I know that.
Well, Chair, it's a bit difficult because this question is exactly the same as the other question that related to OPP that one has answered. And I'm not sure whether I can say anything more than what I said, because this relates to the issues of lack of availability of vaccines. What are we doing about it? We explain what interim measures we did explain, Chairperson. And I would appeal to honorable members, if they don't mind, that this question, I know it might be a new question, but it's exactly the same like the one that we had addressed in respect of Odessa-Port biological products and its lack of availability of certain vaccines in the market, such as African horse sickness vaccine that is not available. So I am not sure, honorable member, whether I can give you another new answer other than to say that currently there are challenges on production. That's why we have gone out to approach Aspen to assist us, which they've done. One line is back on production. We have also ensured that our registrar must actually allow some of the private players who have indicated to us that they will be able to produce blue tongue and African horse sickness vaccine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The third supplementary question comes from Honorable Debray.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, in an answer to a colleague in the National Assembly, it was stated that the vaccines for African horse sickness would be available by the 7th of April this year. And as we know, it's unfortunately still not the case. Minister, what measures are being put in place to ensure that these animals are being kept alive? And will the farmers be compensated for their losses as a result of the lack of or the shortages of the vaccines? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, Chair, if I may just ask this specific question with regards to compensation. You know that the Animal Disease Act of 1994, it states that, I quote, the owner of any animal or other thing which has been destroyed or otherwise disposed of pursuant to any control measure or any provision of section 17, subsection 3 or 5, or any other provision in this act by the director or on his authority may submit an application for compensation for the loss of the animal or thing to the director. Animals which have died, or close quote rather, animals which have died of disease do not form part of this definition, and thus the owner does not qualify for compensation in terms of the Animal Disease Act of 1994. I think the act in terms of when compensation is applicable, it's where the cause of such destruction of an animal has been as a result of a decision that has been made by the state official. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Last supplementary question comes from Honorable BB.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Okwami mphathiso womnyango ukuthi cha usuyiphendulile lembuzo isikakhulu ilokuza kodwa manje ukuthi kufanele ukuthi baze uNtabakhonje ukuthi I'm aware of the meeting that you had with the African Equine Health and Protocols and on the World Biological Products to look into their concern relating to the issue of the African horse sickness cases. Loko ngibalula ukuthi uhambile wayohlangana na zonke lezi inhlaka lezo okubonisa ukuthi umnyango wakho userious kangakanani ukuthi kwenzeke zonke lezo zinto. Angibuzeke what measures are in place to ensure that we are prepared for the next vaccination season in June. Lapho ke mphathiso womnyango ubacacisela nje ukuthi vele umnyango wakho on point zonke izinto zihamba ngohlelo lokhona. Ngiyabonga sir.
Minister.
Ngiyabonga kuwe sihlalo ngibonge nakuwe ngehloniphekile mamBhibhi ukuthi impela njengoba usuchaza nje sihlanganile nalabo abangabafuyi bamahashi ikakhulukazi inhlangano yabo ibizwa nge-equine industry kodwa futhi sahlangana sibahlanganisa kanye nayo inhlangano leyo on the support ukuthi sibonisane ukuthi senze njani. Ezinye ke zalezo zincomo kwakuwukuthi asenze yinoma yini esingayenza siwumnyango siwuhulumeni ukuze kuthi uma kufika isikhathi kufuneke sijove khona lamahashi sibe sinayo imijovo. Njoba besengishilo ukuthi eminye lemijovo uma singenayo thina ka-OBP sizoyithenga ukuze ibe khona. Uma thina singenayo futhi kukhona abanye bosozimboni esebeziqhakambisile basho ngaphambili kwethu ukuthi bona bangakwazi ukuthi bayenze lemjovo. Ngikhulumile ke nalowo muntu e-departmentini okuyi-official e-register izinkampani ezenza amachiza ukuthi uma labo abathi bangakwazi ukwenza behlangana uthola ukuthi yonke imiqathango bayilandele ngendlela baliswe barejistwe ngokusemthethweni ukuze nabo bakwazi ukukhiqiza. Lokho kuyosiza ukuthi izilwane zethu zingabi senkingeni njengoba sike sayibona nje. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next question, honorable members, is question number 27. The question is on wheat production. It comes from Honorable Nyambi, directed to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The question from Honorable Nyambi refers to the challenge that we all know as a country in respect of the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, which has had a negative impact on the production, particularly in those areas of wheat, as we know that a number of countries get their wheat from those jurisdictions. The question, therefore, wanted to know what measures have we been undertaking as a country. I would like to indicate that the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development has been continuously engaging with the grains industry, the agricultural trading groups, the ARC and Farmer Association to discuss food production, availability of food supplies and farming inputs amidst this conflict. Through this engagement, the industry role players have highlighted the need to drive long-term inclusive growth in the sector. Working with the ARC, the department is finalizing quantification and mapping of areas suitable for massification of wheat production to realize more entries by small and emerging producers into production of this commodity. I must say, honorable members, that South Africa is a wheat producer in the Western Cape in particular for now. And even though we are producing, we are not meeting our requirements as a country. That's why part of the complementarities is through imports that we get. We've been getting some of those imports from Ukraine, some of them from Australia. So it has not been just one jurisdiction. So that's why we've been able to cope. However, part of the work that ARC has been doing has been to look at production of wheat in other areas of our country. That is why I'm referring to some quantification and mapping that has been done to look for the suitabilities of soil for production of wheat. Parliament is making deliberate efforts to follow up on this call by addressing constraints to agricultural growth, including access to funding for new entrance market, including improving domestic grain production. The focus intervention include launching of the blended finance scheme in partnership with Land Bank as well as IDC. This is aimed at availing blended funding to support producers engaged in the value chain and aggregation activities. In 2021, wheat production in South Africa was approximately 2.3 million metric tons, an increase of roughly 6.5% compared to 2020. The relatively low production of wheat across Southern Africa is principally because of drought and heat and biotic, which is Russian wheat aphid, yellow rust, stem rust, septoria. Well, I won't bore you with all those scientific names, stresses, which are increasing in intensity and frequency under climate change, and that's rendering the production of wheat economically less attractive for a number of producers. Though wheat is a targeted commodity within the Agricultural Agro-Processing Master Plan, it is envisaged that the uptake will be slow over time to meet the self-sufficiency threshold. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. First supplementary question comes from Honorable Nyambi. Honorable Nyambi. Honorable Nyambi is not on the platform. I think we'll proceed to the second supplementary question from Honorable Ade.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, what is the government's plan to turn South Africa from a major wheat importer to an exporter in addressing the decline of produce from 2020-2021 production season? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I've indicated that this work that has been done from a research point of view, as well as testing, looking at the other areas where commodities such as wheat can be produced. This, in my view, answers the concern that the Honorable Member does have. It is, however, important to appreciate that any country would look at its comparative advantage. We may like to be self-sufficient on everything, but the ecosystem may not allow us to do so. So we'll have to look at those areas where we can, do better and be able to use our climatic resources in a manner that supports our production. So we will do that, supported by our research, but also looking at our food plate as a country and how it's structured. I always say, if you were to take South Africa and Southern Africa in particular, maybe long time before, their staple food was not maize, but actually was millet and sorghum. Over time, they introduced maize in their staple, which was actually a foreign crop from Southern Africa. And later we introduced rice. So as the challenges of climate change also comes upon all of us globally, we'll also have to relook at what are the types of food systems that are good for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next supplementary question is from the EFF, Honorable Dlamini.
And ndizayithatha ngaba Hlonitshwa. Bathume mna ngoku. Replace Dlamini. Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings again, Minister. Minister, would you agree that there's an agency to expropriate land without compensation for equal redistribution, particularly to address the issue of equality in the access of grain market for young Black female farmers in particular? If so, which steps has the Minister taken to intensify the fight against the organized crime that undermines domestic infrastructure. And lastly, is the export market fair to South Africa wheat farmers, and what extent is this industry reliant on international prices to ensure its success or failures? Thank you. Stop disturbing.
Honorable Minister.
No, thank you, Honorable Member. I must say that I do appreciate the questions that Honorable Member has asked, but some of them don't lie within the purview of my responsibility, and I'm sure you know that. We are indeed concerned about issues of crime, where it affects not only South African citizens, but also our farming community, particularly as our producers are a very important core when it comes to food production for food security of our country, as well as export. The issue of export environment on our wheat, I think it's important for me to indicate, as I have earlier, that mostly the wheat that we produce in our country is for domestic consumption. But in order to complement that, we usually import from countries that have a comparative advantage in the production of wheat. And we import from a number of jurisdictions, not only on one. And we are looking at other ways of how we could produce wheat in other regions of our country other than the Western Cape alone. With respect to the issue of land access, for me, it is an important matter that we need to look at how we make available land to those who need it. And how, in particular, in the allocation of land, we're able to look at issues of youth, and women in particular, because these are our new producers that will make sure that food security as a country is attained not only for now, but in the future. And I must say that government lands reform program, it might be seen to be slow, but I must say that it is working. But for me, what is more important is how do we all support those that have received land to produce so that the land does not lie fallow, but actually can be brought back into production to ensure food security. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question comes from Honorable Tim Protestant.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's good to see you again in our house.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, the Russian-Ukraine conflict has been simmering since 2014, and it came to a boiling point in February 2022. So it does concern me that you say we are looking for places for wheat. Surely we should be there now already. Russian-Ukraine problem is not new. But anyway, over the same period, your government, through its ruinous policy of cadre deployment, has destroyed Fosco, which played a major role in insulating South Africa against fertilizer shortages, which play a major role in the supply and cost of wheat. In addition, we have missed a massive opportunity to export fertilizer to a fertilizer-starved global market. Against this background, Minister, what urgent interventions will you and your department and government make to remedy this crisis? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member, and I'm happy you're welcoming me in the House. I really missed the NCOP over time. But firstly, I will start by saying language is very important because this government, it's my NU government. You may not be in power for now, but it's our government. Yes, it's ours, including you. But I must Honorable Barry knows. I must say that I don't think it would be correct in our analysis to actually say Fosco was destroyed. Fosco, like any other company, have had particular challenges. They had been producing, they had been exporting, then they made particular challenges. And there was a point at which the board wanted to sell off. And myself and Minister Patel actually had an engagement with the board, and indicated to them that we are not supporting that initiative by the board to actually sell off, because we think Fosco is an important company of South Africa that must continue to play in the fertilizer industry. And I still do believe that right now, because fertilizer remains to be a critical component for production. That is why some of the small scale farmers, when they approach government to get assistance on wheat fertilizer, we actually have done so, because we appreciate that there has been stresses that need to be addressed. So we are working with Fosco to ensure that they are able to remain as a dominant player in the fertilizer industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, we have now come to the end of questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. I would therefore like to thank the Honorable Minister for availing herself to answer questions. Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now proceed to questions to the Ministry of Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment. And the first question is question number 28. This question is a question on conservation of wetlands. This question is from Honorable Nsube to the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment. Minister.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much, Honorable Nsube. Wetlands are amongst the most diverse and productive ecosystems. They provide essential services and supply all our fresh water. However, they continue to be degraded and converted to other uses. The Ramsar Convention is a global response which is aimed at conserving and ensuring the wise use of all wetlands through local and national action, as well as international cooperation as a contribution towards achieving sustainable development. South Africa has been a contracting party to the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands since 1975. And as a signatory, we have a number of obligations, including the identification and designation of sites containing representative, rare, or unique wetlands. The designation of Ramsar sites is to maintain those wetland systems that are globally, regionally, and nationally important. In addition, the inclusion of a wetland in the list embodies the commitment of countries in taking the steps necessary to ensure that its ecological character is maintained, and also to ensure that we elevate the importance and awareness of these systems globally. The Middle Punt Nature Reserve site was designated owing to its importance as a breeding habitat for the white-winged flufftail, which is one of the rarest and most threatened of African water birds. Conserving this species, in addition to other important ones, and the wetland upon which it depends, meets our commitments in terms of the Ramsar Convention, but also in terms of the African Eurasian Migratory Waterbird Agreement, an intergovernmental treaty designated to the conservation of migratory water birds. With regard to question B, wetlands serve as natural flood storage areas that trap and release surface water slowly. Additionally, trees, root systems, and other wetland vegetation cause flood waters to move more slowly and to cover floodplains with less force. This not only ensures water storage, but it ensures that when there is flooding, it reduces the stream of flooding, reduces erosion, enhances water quality, and also makes sure that during heavy rains, groundwater is recharged. Furthermore, wetlands are highly productive systems and are biodiversity hotspots. Communities play a very central role in conserving wetlands. And there are many ways in which communities can assist, including participating in citizen science initiatives. Such information is used to improve knowledge on wetlands, and knowing where the wetlands are and participating in awareness events generates knowledge of these systems. Communities can conserve wetlands by abiding by South Africa's wetland legislation and reporting illegal activities. And in this regard, we have a hotline where these activities can be reported. There are also numerous incidents where community members recognizing the value and importance of wetlands have come together to form interest groups and have adopted wetlands. And their activities have included removing alien and invasive vegetation and cleanups. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. First supplementary question, Honorable Nsube.
No, thanks, Chair, and say that we welcome and appreciate the response from the Minister. I think it was well thought and articulated response. So I don't think, Chair, there is a supplementary question from us. Very much, Chairperson. Our questions were answered very succinctly.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on then to the second supplementary question from Honorable Fisher. Honorable Fisher.
Honorable Chair.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, it's honorable, correct. Bring my attention to something else. Honorable Kakne,
Thank you, Chair.
taking this question.
I was nearly, I nearly thought I made a mistake. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for the feedback. And as you said, the Middle Punt Nature Reserve is the only confirmed site where the nearly distinct white-winged fluffed breed in South Africa. And as you well know, Middle Punt is part of the Greater Larkenvlei Protected Area. The Working for Wetlands program in the department focuses on the wise use of wetlands with employment creation and poverty alleviation, as we need that in our country. Now, given the significance of Middelvlei as a wetland within a protected area and the applications for the harvesting of peat, what guarantee can you give us that the peat harvesting from this Ramsar site will not be detrimental to the biodiversity of Middelvlei?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think that obviously in our approach to conservation in general, we support and uphold the question of sustainable use. And in determining sustainable use, this is a scientific matter, which the relevant offtake would need to be appropriately calculated so that, as you correctly indicate, one does not undermine the functioning of the system. And where there would be the necessity to prevent over-exploitation, that would also have to be done by our environmental management inspectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now proceed to Honorable Debray.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question has been covered by the initial response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the EFF. Honorable Muletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, despite the existence of cooperating institutions for wetland and resource protection, there currently exists a lack of capacity and resources within your department, both at the national and provincial level, which has resulted in in a number of challenges in implementing environmental laws, which are vital in the conservation of wetlands. To date, what has the minister done to ensure the proper enforcement of policies on wetland management, which currently stands as the major challenge facing community-based conservation of wetland? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think that in all conservation endeavours, there are really two approaches. The first approach must always be community involvement. Unless communities understand why having protected areas are important, and unless communities are able to benefit from the existence of protected areas, there will always be a situation of underperformance in protection of those areas, and there will always be a situation of conflict. And it is for this reason that over the past few years, our department has prioritized relationships with communities that surround protected areas and relationships with communities living with wetlands. Obviously, our expanded public works program is one important source of employment for those communities. And we know that this is very significant and important because often there are no other viable alternatives. But what we also understand is that communities want to benefit from protected areas to a greater extent than just enjoying expanded public works programs. We now have something called the Groen Sebenza program. It's a program where we have, together with provincial authorities, employed almost 2,000 young scientists, and we are working with these young scientists, using them to undertake conservation work in all of our conservation entities, which includes SANBI, the National Biodiversity Institute. The other approach that we are taking is to make sure that where we need to undertake construction, we are using local construction firms. And this has been something, using these local construction firms to upgrade the quality of our tourist offerings and also our staff accommodation, has been very important to small rural construction firms, many of whom have now qualified in terms of CIBD offerings and are now able to apply for more significant work elsewhere in the country. I did mention that there is the other approach to conservation, and that is an enforcement approach. And of course, where there is flagrant disregard for the law, we have no alternative but to use our environmental management inspectors. But my view is that this is something that we have to do, but it is not the ultimate solution to the relationship between communities and protected areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Our next question is question number 14. And the question is on outstanding land claims. The question is from Honorable Labos Akhna, directed to the Ministry of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Labos Akhna, it's a pity you didn't ask this question to the minister who was here before me. Because she's the person that deals with land claims. But let me say that according to the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, of the 152 claims outstanding, 11 have been settled since the approval of the Commercial Forestry Master Plan, 4 of which were settled after the presentation made to the Portfolio Committee in March 2022. With regard to the second question, all the plantations of the department will either be managed through a lease or a community forestry agreement, depending on the nature of the plantation, as well as interest by industry and affected communities. So where affected communities are interested to participate and become owner growers, this is our preferred solution. To ensure sustainability, plantations where community forestry agreements will be signed, the private sector will be brought in to participate as investors. Would appreciate that if you are going to upgrade these plantations, there's a considerable capital investment to clear the land, replant with new seedlings, and so on. And this is where we would want to have a partnership with the private sector. We've commenced with consultations with communities in the Eastern Cape, where most of the plantations are located. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First supplementary question, Honorable Labuschagne.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, for the detailed answer. And I'm glad that 11 of those land claims have been settled. But Minister, up till now, lease or management agreements have not prevented the invasion of forestry land. The Commercial Forestry Master Plan, presented as a tool to prevent invasions in the future, as you explained in a previous written question, does not refer to any explicit plan of or action for the governance of these communities or parts of these communities. Based on the track record of allowing a situation to develop to a crisis point before abdicating responsibility, where communities also be handed back to the owner department, to be used as a political playground for smaller parties in cahoots with the ANC. And I'm referring here to the well-known Knofloks that Minister is very well aware of, where plots were illegally sold before an election resulted in a community of now more than 20,000 people living in dire circumstances, posing an environmental risk because of the dam close to it, and being passed on from one national department to another one before landing in the lap of provincial and local governments. Minister, what assurance do we have that these communities' future will not be the same?
Minister.
Well, Honorable Labuschagne, I don't want to get into the Knofloks debacle this afternoon. That, I think, was a process where we tried repeatedly a whole range of mechanisms to prevent that particular invasion, but unfortunately, we didn't get adequate support from the owner department, so that is water under the bridge. Now, I think that one needs to distinguish between that situation and a situation that we have in many other areas where bona fide land claimants would be occupying land in forestry areas and would be open and willing to the community forestry agreements that I'm speaking of. And I have to date already facilitated 2 of those agreements. Obviously, we have to work with the Department of Rural Development and Agriculture to ascertain verification that these communities indeed have verified land claims in relation to that land. And in my experience in the 2 cases that I'm dealing with, the situation has been very satisfactory. Everybody is happy. I think that if I were to be critical of my department, I would say that part of the problem is it's taken much, much too long for these agreements to get off the ground. And I have indicated to the Director General that we need to move with speed on this so that we don't face some of the difficulties which in my view were entirely unnecessary in the Knofloks situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The second supplementary question comes from Honorable Makwala.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Minister. Minister, it all goes down to one question, which is the first cardinal pillar of the EFF in terms of we need to expropriate the land without compensation, so that all these departments can have their land, not to delay the agreements and everything, because once you are the custodian of the land, you will be able to do everything. Maybe even the minister in the energy or electricity will need land for these new generators or power stations that are bringing. So the land question needs to be addressed properly, Minister. It's not only in your department where there is a problem, but getting into my follow-up question, the forest industry has an important role to play in contribution to the economy, especially in terms of creating job opportunities and addressing the basic needs of our people. Why have there been delays in these land claims, and what measures has the minister put in place to fast track the outstanding land claims? It's all about land. Let's expropriate the land. Thank you.
Minister.
I think that when it comes to the settlement of land claims, Minister Didiza is the appropriate minister to speak to. But I think that where you and I would absolutely agree is that communities with an interest in conducting forestry activities who are bona fide claimants to that land do not need to wait for the land claims to be settled. And that is the process, that is the mechanism that I have at my disposal to fast track. So where there is agreement, these are the bona fide claimants of that land, and where there is an interest for those claimants to enter into forestry activities, because I only have custodianship of this land as long as it's used for forestry. Otherwise, it's got to go back to public works. Then we can enter into these community forestry agreements. And as I've indicated, we've already entered into 2 in the Eastern Cape. And that's how I think we can move forward and cut the red tape. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Bibi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the House. Thank you, Honorable Minister, with your responses. My question is very short. I just want to know is there any time frame to finalize consultations with the communities where the plantations are located? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Minister.
I think what I've already indicated is that timeframes with regard to land claims, Minister Didiza is in charge. But where claimant communities want to become involved in forestry, they can approach us, and we will move with speed to reach these community settlement agreements.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. I would like to know how your department is mediating the dichotomy between the environmental need for reforestation and redressing the social need for land claims in forested areas through community education initiatives.
Minister.
Could I ask the honourable member just to repeat the last part of his question? He said through community, and I couldn't get the last phrase.
Honourable Hadebe, please speak a bit louder, closer to the mic. Speak a bit slower.
Honorable Chairperson, my question was, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister how her department is mediating the dichotomy between the environmental need for reforestation and redressing the social need for land claims in forested areas through community education initiatives?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think that first of all, one needs to be clear that the land parcels that we are putting out for either commercial or community initiatives are land parcels that in terms of planning legislation are identified for commercial forestry. There would, of course, be other areas which also fall under the forestry branch that are identified for indigenous reforestation, and that would be linked to expanding our carbon sinks and our protected areas estate. But with regard to those areas, what we're calling our category B and C forests, the bulk of which are in the Eastern Cape, I have explained that we are putting these land parcels out where there is interest from industry. Industry would be required to find a community partner. Where there is interest from land claimants and communities, they would be required, we would try and pair them up with an industry partner so that they have a partner to finance the recapitalization of the forests. This is something that is very expensive, and I think that what we understand is that unless there's a clear support process when one is dealing with handing over agricultural or forestry land to communities, unless there's a clear support process, those initiatives are inevitably going to fail. So that is why we have this in the forestry sector master plan, we have this partnership between industry that will take a timber off take and will also recapitalize and replant the areas, and communities who will be responsible for looking after the forests while they are growing, and who will ultimately benefit from the industry offtake when the trees are ready to be harvested. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next question is question 29. This is a question on challenges with small-scale fishers. It's from Honorable BB and is to the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Marine Living Resources Act recognizes three distinct and different fishing sectors, namely the local, commercial, small scale, and recreational sectors. Commercial fishing rights are processed through a competitive process between South African companies and individuals. Small-scale fishing rights are allocated in a non-competitive, non-comparative process that serves to provide access to marine resources to coastal fishing communities. The small-scale fisheries sector acknowledges the historical exclusion of traditional fishers from long-term rights allocation. Accordingly, the small-scale fishing sector provides the mechanism for allocating rights and ensuring equitable access to marine living resources for small fishing communities. To date, the department has allocated 15-year rights to more than 100 small-scale fishing cooperatives in the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Northern Cape provinces. These cooperatives currently support 7,000 small-scale fishermen and women. For fishing communities in the Western Cape, we identified and declared small-scale fishers in March this year, and we are in the process of facilitating the registration of small-scale fishing cooperatives and the allocation of 15-year rights to these cooperatives by October this year. It is anticipated that the department will assist with the establishment of another 60 small-scale cooperatives in the Western Cape. We are facilitating support programs for small-scale fisheries, and we've worked with a number of municipalities, provincial government departments, and national government departments. We have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Small Business Development. The purpose of this memorandum is to provide business and technical support to small-scale fishing cooperatives to realize their sustainability. We are also launching a mentorship program so that each small-scale cooperative will have a mentor to help them over the next 3 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Bibi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for your detailed response to my question. Honorable Minister, listening to you, it is clear that government is looking at holistically developing and assisting small-scale farmers. Is there any specific reason why the allocation of fishing rights in the Western Cape has taken longer than the other coastal provinces? I thank you, Chairperson.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes, there is a reason. What happened was in 2019, 2020, when I was first appointed, I did a tour of fishing communities in the Western Cape. In every one of those meetings, there were extensive allegations made about corruption in the rights allocation process to small-scale fishing people in the Western Cape. Following on those allegations, I instituted an independent forensic investigation, and I got the results of that investigation in 2021. And this investigation indeed confirmed that the process was lacking in good governance and bona fides, and that there were people who were traditional fishing persons who were excluded, and people who were not traditional fishing persons who were included. So I then approached the High Court in the Western Cape to annul the process. It took over a year to receive that annulment, but we did. And we then started the process afresh. And in March this year, we have now, as I say, allocated to a number of individuals. We are now in the appeals process because those who were excluded have a right to appeal. The appeals process closed at the end of April. And once I've had an opportunity to consider the appeals, we will then finalize the process. And as we've explained, we hope to finalize by October this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I would like to know what measures your department has in place to capacitate small-scale farmers, particularly women and persons with disabilities, to continue sustainably contributing to their local community economies without the possibility of being overshadowed by large fishing companies. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think I've already explained that we have entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Small Business Development to provide training. We are allocating mentors to each of the cooperatives. And we have also a number of relationships with provincial government departments and municipalities who have supplied these cooperatives with boats, with tackle. And some of the cooperatives are now entering into, because the 15-year rights give them a sustained income, they've been able to purchase boats so that they can fish more effectively. I think what's important to say is that under the Marine Living Resources Act, the TAC, or the total allocated catch, and the total allocated effort are divided between the commercial sectors and the small scale sectors. And in all fisheries where there is an overlap, there would be a sharing of the allocated TAC so that there is a portion set aside for the small scale sector.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Labuschagne.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And as you already shared with us, Minister, the management of the small-scale fishing process in the Western Cape has been a complete disaster, with you as the Minister having to go to court to set aside the previous failed process, as you explained. Please, can you advise us what corrective steps have been taken against the operators of the previous, or the operator of the operators of the previous failed process? And taking that into account, will you consider devolving the authority to grant these rights to competent provincial authorities, such as those led in the Western Cape? Thank you.
Honorable Labuschagne, fishing is not a cooperative power. It's always important before you ask for allocations to read the Constitution. There's no provision to give the Western Cape government those powers. There was a service provider that actually ran the previous process, Honorable Labuschagne. I don't have the information with me with regard to whether there was any remedial action taken against that service provider. But it's something that if you pose me a question for written reply, I'll gladly supply that to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Lutuli.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, kuyaqondakala ukuthi ama-small scale abadobi abakuba small scale babonakala becindezelekile futhi bengenayo indawo. Yiziphi iy'nhlelo ey'khona in addressing ukubonakala ungalingani kwabo, ikakhulukazi abantu besifazane nolusha, ikakhulukazi abantu besifazane siyabona ukuthi babonakala be-exclude in the fishing community. Thank you.
Yeah, well, interpretation facility was a bit of a problem there, even to link up. But the question in brief, Lutuli, if there's anything that I leave out, please add. The question is about small scale farming. You're making an observation that there seem to be some challenges around programs or projects to redress. But this we're saying this is especially acute in relation to women. So we're asking, are there programs? It's quite an entail. That's your question. Not unless there's something that I missed. If there's anything that you want to add, please add.
Chairperson. Chairperson. Kuzolekelela ukuthi kuqashwe abantu abatolikayo ngoba as much as uchairperson kusamezama kodwa ukuzama awubekanga ngendlela. Yes, ngibuza ukuthi since sibona abantu besifazane nolusha kukhona ungalingani, iziphi indlela abanazo to address ungalingani kwabantu besifazane nabantu ulusha, ikakhulukazi abantu besifazane siyababona ukuthi noma bekhona emkhakheni kodwa ababaningi futhi babonakala be-excluded. So iziphi indlela ezikhona?
Lutuli, I thought I knew Zulu quite well. Your question is really about programs. Are there programs available to address the question of the limited number of women and the youth in this area of work? Yeah, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Member, and I humbly apologize that English is my only language. Honourable Member, you are absolutely correct that fishing, whether in the commercial side or in the small scale side, has been historically a male-dominated area. And one of the sad issues that I found when I did that tour of the Western Cape is that cooperatives involving women particularly felt that they had not been given an opportunity to qualify as bona fide cooperatives. In a lot of other provinces where I have met cooperatives, there are few cooperatives that are owned and run by women, but there are many cooperatives that have women members. And I suppose that part of the reason is that the criteria is that people have to prove that their families have historically been involved as fisher persons. And I think we all understand that our history is a patriarchal history where women were not owners of the means of production in any sense. But we have tried wherever we can to include women. And even in the commercial rights allocation, one of the questions that I track as I deal with the appeals is the question of women ownership, youth ownership, and also ownership by historically disabled people. Of course, youth ownership is very complicated in the small scale sector because of this issue of having to prove historical ownership, which was usually with the head of the family who was male and older. So, but again, we are finding that younger people, particularly the sons and daughters of traditional fisher persons, are in those cooperatives. And hopefully through their participation in the cooperatives in due course, they themselves will also get rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now proceed to question number 20. The question is on measures to contain tailings. Measures to contain tailings. Question is from PAP De Bruin and is directed to the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Minister.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, this question is about the Jagersfontein disaster that occurred in September 2022. And I think that it's important to say that the main government departments that were involved in this were the Department of Water and Sanitation, because there were rivers, dams, and streams that were polluted, and also obviously the Department of Mineral Resources. And as a result of our work, together with the Free State Department of Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, there have been a number of directives that have been issued to the relevant company to clean up as a result of the spill. Our own contribution is that we seconded specialists to the team that was set up to do the cleanup. And the role of those specialists was to provide technical support to the Free State Department and to the other government authorities that were working on this. As a result, all of the agencies involved have been able to stabilize the road leading into the towns of Jacobsfontein and Forestry. Urgent repairs were required to the Jacobsfontein wastewater treatment facility, urgent relocation of sewers to prevent further runoff, temporary containment structures to prevent the remobilization of tailings, and the implementation of best practice during the extensive cleanup operation which is underway. So the work of this team has resulted in the immediate cleanup and containment of the spilled tailings from the environment, as well as ensuring, more importantly and critically, that the wastewater treatment facility and the ESCOM substation are restored and will become fully operational. However, it is important to mention that emergency interventions were undertaken by the Department of Water and Sanitation, the Provincial Department of Economic Development, and ourselves to establish the safety concerns in relation to the stability of the dam, which failed, and to instruct immediate steps to be taken to clean and limit the migration of the spilled tailings further into the environment. Now, Honourable Member, given the extent of the damage, which covers in excess of 65 kilometres, the cleanup process will take time. And we are involved in ongoing scientific studies to ensure that every possible option is considered to expedite the remediation of the affected work. And as I said, our specialists and scientists are working regularly with the task teams that are involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We'll now proceed to Honourable Debray.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the response, Minister. I just want to know, is there currently any type of report available that stipulates the extent of the damages to the farming community of the Jacobsfontein area that as a result of the pollution caused by the tailings? And are there any plans in place to compensate the farmers for those damages as a result of the pollution? Thank you.
Minister.
Honourable Member, in these situations, there is always a report that is prepared. As I explained, we are not the directly responsible departments. We're involved in a scientific advisory capacity. But what I can tell you from previous experiences of this sort, there is always a report that is produced and then decisions are taken with regard to whether there should be criminal prosecutions and so on. I would imagine, and again, this is just knowledge that I have of previous situations where we've encountered this kind of thing. It's normal that there would be some kind of mediation set up between those responsible and those who would be impacted on, so that discussions can take place with regard to remediation. I would imagine that the Free State Department would be better placed than I am to be able to directly answer these questions, as they are the authority that is directly dealing with the situation. But for example, if I have to draw a parallel with the chemical spill that happened in the Umhlanga estuary in July 2021, there is a facilitation mechanism between those that would have been impacted on and the company concerned. And part of that process regards the polluter pays principle, whereby the company in this instance has to remediate to the satisfaction of those directly impacted on. So I would think that given the fact that there is this polluter pays principle, it would be important for that process to be put in motion. But that is just advice from a scientific advisor.
Thank you very much. Next is Honorable Christian.
I'm taking the question on that.
I can take the question, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, climate change and the consequential severe weather patterns is a reality in our country. What contingencies has been put in place by your department to protect our water resources from pollution and possibly long outstanding impact on humans and animals in the event of more disasters such as Jagersfontein? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
I suppose this falls under the category of a new question, but I'll answer it anyway. The primary custodian of our water resources is the Department of Water and Sanitation. And as you correctly indicate, South Africa is in the top 30 driest countries in the world. And we know that the impact of climate change is going to be that it will become drier and drier. Part of our protected areas expansion strategy deals with the issue of protecting our strategic water resources. More than 50% of the sources of all of our rivers occur on the eastern part of the Drakensberg escarpment. And some of those areas are protected, others are not protected. But obviously in a water scarce country, it becomes very important to protect those strategic water resources. And that is a discussion which is ongoing between ourselves and the Department of Water and Sanitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, as far as you know, is there any disciplinary measures in place against the Jagersfontein mine, since the warnings about the disaster were indicated as early as the year 2020? Thank you.
Minister.
I can see the Minister of Mineral Resources smiling at me. Maybe he knows the answer. I don't know the answer. But what I do know in these circumstances is that once an investigation is completed, there is a report. The report would then recommend whether there should be criminal or civil cases. And I guess that's where the answer to this question lies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mkiva. Honorable Mkiva.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for that response to the question. Can you hear me? Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, you're audible, you're audible.
Yeah, I'm expressing my appreciation to the Minister for the answers that are given thus far. I just want to ask a question. With the work that has been undertaken after the disaster in Jagersfontein, is the Minister comfortable that the instrument that has been used will contain and prevent further contamination of the area during the next raining season? Thank you very much, Chairperson. That's my question.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'm advised by my technical experts that they are comfortable that the temporary measures will last, and that because over 1,000 hectares of fine tailings have already been removed, they're of the view that this will lower the risk of further spillage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. That takes us, honorable members, to question number 15. This question is on extension of life of coal-fired power stations. Extension of life of coal-fired power stations. The question is from Honorable Labuskachner and is directed to the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Minister.
You'll hear the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. He's going to speak eloquently on environmental matters shortly. Honourable members, in his weekly letter of the 24th of April, 2023, His Excellency President Ramaphosa emphasized that South Africa remains committed to reduce our carbon emissions by 2030 to within the target range, which is compatible with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. This is so that we can avoid the worst physical risks of climate change, including droughts, floods, and other disasters. The President also said that to avoid the transition risks of climate change, we must ensure that our goods and services in the long term remain competitive in a rapidly decarbonizing world with the ever-present threat of carbon border adjustments. In terms of compliance with the 2020 minimum emission standards, by the 31 March 2025, the current legal framework provides for power stations that will decommission by 2030 to apply for suspension of compliance with the 2020 minimum emission standards. These stations are only required to comply with the 2015 minimum emission standards. These standards relate to sulfates and nitrates and are not primarily related to greenhouse gas emissions, which is where the nationally determined contribution comes in. The President indicated that to prevent load shedding, we may need to revisit our decommissioning schedule. The process of re-examining our timeframes is not a reversal of our position on the just energy transition. Any decision on decommissioning will be informed by a detailed technical assessment of the feasibility of continuing to operate older plants. It will also be informed by the time frame in which we can expect new capacity from other energy sources that impact on our decarbonization trajectory to come on stream. So we're saying that within the 2030 timeframe of the NDC, there is room to reconsider some of the decommissioning schedules that might be occurring this year or next year. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Labuskachner.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, yes, thank you very much for the answer. You know, in a country that is desperate to end load shedding, some of the journalists referred to this plan of the Minister of Energy as a plot to win an election. The rest of the country is very anxious because we all know that the cabinet is in a total disarray in which direction to take, resulting at this stage at no action at all. But important, that's all in the, it's all in the press, those that we have. So then I'm asking you now. But the most important question highlighted by our load shedding crisis is what are the options for the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment comes 31st of March 25, as most of the power stations do not comply to the MES. And you gave me an answer and say on the decommissioning program, there is a loophole. What about the other 6 strategies and agreements that's already been done in cabinet that is furnished to you that's not in this question? Thank you.
Minister.
You know, and Honorable Labuskachner, I like you and your questions, but when you insult my cabinet, I'm afraid I have to hit back. So let me say that You are extremely confused about the issue of minimum emission standards and greenhouse gas emissions. It's two different sets of issues. Perhaps that's why you get confused about what's going on in cabinet. Let me explain to you. There are two sets of things going on here. So in terms of our nationally determined contribution to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change, we have submitted what we call an NDC, or our nationally determined contribution to the United Nations. What the president indicated in his newsletter is that we can that NDC requires certain things by 2030. What it doesn't require in the middle of an energy crisis is that we must take units that are operating in Camden Power Station right now, off the grid right now, in the middle of a load shedding crisis. That would be, I'm sure you agree, counterintuitive. Okay, so that is the decommissioning schedule. In
Chair,
the
sorry, Chair.
You're still confused. That's why you're interrupting me.
No, Chair, with all due respect of the rules of the House, I never said none of this question that I
No, I'm
asked.
asking you.
It's misleading. On the rule of misleading the House, I never said in this question or implied.
On what
that,
point are you raising?
On a point of misleading the House, Minister said that they can't stop a power station in the middle of a crisis. I never suggested or said that that must be done. Thank you.
Of course, I mean, that's not the point of order. That's not a point of privilege. And there's no such thing as rising on a point of misleading or whatever. So, Honorable Member, please don't do that. Don't abuse the platform because you want to debate a particular point. You can come with a motion or whatever and so on. But please don't abuse the right to freedom of expression and so on. Yes, no, thank you very much. We will proceed to Honorable Hatebe. The minister was still trying to conclude. Please conclude, Minister.
Yeah, you see, the question clearly says, with reference to the proposed option to extend the life of coal-fired power stations. So in 2 months' time, there is a plan to decommission some units at Camden Power Station. The Minister of Energy is of the opinion that now is not the appropriate time to decommission those particular units. And what I was explaining to the honourable member is that we can still meet our NDC targets by 2030, and we can take a decision to delay taking these units at Camden offline at a later point between now and 2030. It's not necessary to do it right now. I was also explaining to the honourable member that there is a separate regulatory jurisdiction that deals with these same power stations, and that is the regulatory jurisdiction to deal with what you and I would call air pollution. Sulfate and nitrous oxides that are released from the burning of coal. So what the law provides for is that as long as these plants are going to decommission by 2030, they are exempt from the 2025 regulations. If they decide to continue after 2035, they would not be exempt from the regulations, and they would need to put in the air abatement technology. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
No, thank you very much. Let's proceed to Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. Considering the contradictory and costly nature of the proposal to potentially extend the life of coal-fired power stations, how has your department collaborated with the Minister of Electricity to ensure an equal balance is struck between the prioritization of renewable energy and coal-fired power, especially considering the environmental impact coal-fired power has? Thank you, Chairperson.
Minister.
I guess it's the job of the Minister of Energy to put megawatts on the grid, not the job of the Minister of Environment. But anyway, let's agree that the key issue here is that we've got to look at modeling. And National Treasury has indicated that there is a modeling exercise to look at the state of these power stations, what it would cost to fix them. Included in that modeling, in our view, has to be the question of of how we could meet our nationally determined contribution commitments, and also modeling on the air pollution implications of these decisions. And it is our view, and we have conveyed that to the Minister of Energy, that modeling on meeting the CO2 emission targets and meeting the sulfate and nitrate targets need to be included on the modeling that will be done on the decommissioning schedule of these coal-fired power plants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Magwala.
Thank you, House Chair. I see the Minister is very much warm. You have to forgive us, Minister. This question does seem to confuse at some point, and it directly goes to the Minister of Electricity whatsoever. But in the light of it, in light of how South Africa is currently battling to keep the lights on, has the Minister put sufficient measures in place should the coal-fired power station fail to meet the minimum emission standard by 31st March 2025? If so, please provide details. Thank you.
Minister.
Honourable Member, I think I've already explained that these coal-fired power stations that are due for decommissioning by 2030 do not need to comply with the 2025 standards, provided they are decommissioned by 2030. Should there be a decision to extend their life beyond 2030, then they would have to introduce the required abatement technology so that they comply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mudise.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Minister, for your detailed response. Honorable Minister, does this revisiting the decommissioning schedule mean that government have moved away from its energy transmission investment plan? Thank you.
Minister.
No, not at all. I think that if you look at the key aspects of the JET investment plan, there are three key aspects. The one is electricity, the second is electric vehicles, and the third is green hydrogen. And the purpose of this plan is a recognition that there is extensive technological change taking place across the globe. South Africa has a very important vehicle manufacturing industry. We want to make sure that by the time carbon border tariffs are introduced by the European Union in the 2030s, our vehicle manufacturing industry should still be competitive. We want to make sure that we take advantage of our Fischer-Tropsch technology and our abundant sunlight to produce green hydrogen, which is necessary for as an energy supply for hard to abate sectors like iron and steel and cement. And a lot of the JET IP money is to deal with transmission problems that Eskom has. And what we understand is that one of the ways in which we can get alternative power onto the grid is to improve the transmission network. At the moment, we've got about 800 megawatts of renewables in the Northern Cape that are effectively stranded because the transmission grid is not able to take more megawatts at this point in time. So this investment is very necessary. What we will have to look at, and this is the subject of the modeling that is being done, is what are the implications for the money that is intended to repurpose the old coal-fired power stations if we delay or revisit the decommissioning schedule over the next couple of years to ensure energy security at the present time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'll now move on to the last question to the Minister. And this question is question number 30. And the question is on second local government environment in Daba. Second local government environment in Daba. This question comes from Honorable Ngwenya and is directed to the Ministry of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Minister.
Thank you very much. The second local government in Daba created a platform for engagement between different spheres of government to discuss the challenges faced by local government in fulfilling their environmental mandate. The Indaba was also aimed at prioritizing areas for a program of action that will inform the 2024 and 2028 local government support strategy for the environmental sector. In the Indaba, we focused on the following areas: air quality management, biodiversity and conservation, climate change, waste management, coastal management, forestry, and other related functions such as integrated environmental management, environmental compliance, and enforcement. The second local government in Daba also had a commission dedicated to municipal waste management. The commission provided municipalities a platform to exchange and share knowledge on waste collection challenges in the municipalities and how municipalities can improve in addressing collection services in rural and urban areas. The Commission also discussed other policy and operational level interventions which would enable our department to continue to support municipalities through issues such as the development of bylaws, as well as monitoring and enforcement of compliance. We also discussed partnerships between national and provincial environmental sectors and local government to create more employment opportunities for communities through cleaning and greening programs. The municipalities involved reiterated their commitment to cleaning standards and cleanliness levels and the reintroduction of the Cleanest City campaign in order to strengthen community participation, advocacy, and awareness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Ngwenya.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your comprehensive response to my question. This is cooperative governance at work. Does the department see this endeavor continuing in future, as this will definitely assist municipalities in dealing with environment issues. Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have discussed with SALGA continuing this program in future years, and SALGA has indicated that the program was well received by municipalities and they would like to make this an annual event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Debray.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Honorable De Bruin had to attend to an emergency. I will be taking the question on his behalf, if it's all right with the Minister.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, as alluded by you, the local government environment in Daba, the theme of it was working towards local environmental sustainability. Now, Minister, there are a lot of municipalities that currently doesn't adhere to legislation pertaining to environment. And Minister, I'd like to know what measures are in place to ensure that these municipalities do adhere to these prescripts, as well as to the fact that they are supposed to support local entities like working on fire in their municipal areas, and also adhere and see to it that the necessary fire breaks are in place. We're currently sitting with a situation in the Northwest Province at the JP Marks municipality, where there's a court case currently on hand with regards to the municipality and adherence to some of these policies. If you could maybe elaborate on that. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think this is exactly why we had requested SALGA that we should have this in Daba, because you would be aware that there has been a municipal election. In many instances, there are new administrations and new councillors in place. And we thought it very important to be able to share with municipalities exactly what their responsibilities are. We know that many municipalities have serious revenue challenges. And the consequence of those revenue challenges is that certain services are not provided on a regular basis and certain infrastructure is not adequately maintained. And we know that in many municipalities, the reason that there's dumping, for example, is because households are not receiving weekly refuse collection. So I think that part of the purpose of the Indaba was to try and raise awareness about what the necessary functions need to be and what the consequences can be for failure to implement those functions. I think that in certain instances where we have to issue notices because functions are not being adequately complied with, we might find a situation where municipalities are not aware that they are supposed to be complying with certain activities. So I think that really what we were trying to do was to have a carrot exercise to say, this is what you're supposed to do, this is the support we can give you. Please tell us where you have problems before we necessarily would come in with a stick. I am aware that there have been difficulties with regard to some of the issues pertaining to fire management. And I think that this is one of the reasons that we're very concerned, Honourable Member, that the Felton Forest Fire Act now sits on the desks of this House. And we really would like to urge you to implement it, to process it with speed. I am going to write to you, Honourable House Chair, about this bill because it's been sitting with you now for a couple of months and I don't see it on your agenda for processing. It's very urgent, Honourable Members, because one of the things this bill does is it makes it compulsory for municipalities to participate in these fire associations. At the moment, it's voluntary. And all the time it's voluntary, then you can have institutions deciding whether they will or won't participate. So I really would want to urge all of you, can we address this bill? We need it desperately. The management of wildfire is becoming an increasingly serious issue in rural areas, and it will only get worse with climate change. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Mtsamai.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Letona, Goromente wa selegae forms the front line of service delivery for citizens across the country and should play an important role in the protection of the environment. Yet, this role is left neglected by the ANC. As a result, issues relating to the environment are given low priority, which is why the economic freedom fighters has taken it up upon itself to conduct clean up campaigns across the country through the Andris Tatani campaign. Minister, what did the Indaba resolve about the poor performance of municipalities in fulfilling their mandate in relation to the environment in our township, as those spaces are always left neglected? I thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Honourable Member, I'm delighted that you're a fan of municipal cleanups because, as you know, you are in coalition with the ruling party in many of those Gauteng municipalities where there are difficulties with cleanups. So I have no doubt that you will be supporting us in ensuring that in townships and in rural areas where communities, as you correctly indicate, do not receive weekly refuse, I'm sure now that you're there, you'll work together with us to make sure it happens. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ryder. I see you're still enjoying the laugh. Yeah, but now it's your turn. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, thanks very much. Local government, unfortunately, continue to dump sewage into watercourses. Local government operates landfills illegally. They neglect their air pollution responsibilities and other constitutional mandates. Now, the uncontrolled continuation of situations like this is actually in violation of laws that constitute criminal offenses. The department can and does issue directives to municipal managers and to local governments when this occurs. Were there any discussions at the Indaba as to how the department will act against municipal managers and local governments that ignore these directives? Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks, Honourable Member. As I explained, the Indaba was the carrot. What we explained is that there is also a stick. And I think the idea was to improve compliance so that we have to use the stick less frequently than we are currently doing. As you correctly indicate, there are a number of municipalities where we have had to issue enforcement notices. Really, it's not how we want to run things, because once you get into this, then you've got to be in court and so on and so forth. We have, over the last couple of years, instituted a whole range of measures to ensure that the waste management strategy of 2020 is being implemented by municipalities. We have supported municipalities to develop their own waste management strategies. We have secured an agreement from Treasury that the MIG money can be used to purchase yellow fleet, because very often the reason that you're not getting regular refuse collection is because the yellow fleet is sitting on bricks somewhere. In the purchase of that yellow fleet, we we're working off the National Treasury database, and all of these vehicles come with a built-in maintenance contract so that they don't land up joining their brothers and sisters on bricks. We have instituted extended EPWP programs. We have given every district municipality 120 EPWP persons, 60 to every local municipality to help with cleanups. And we also work with provincial departments on targeted municipalities every year where the dumping has got out of hand. We move in with the provinces, we clean up so that the process can get back on track. So I think that, as I said, it's a combination of carrot and stick. And part of what we're doing is to improve the relationship so that the outputs and the outcomes should also improve. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, we have now come to the end of questions to the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. And I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for availing herself to answer the questions. We'll now move on to questions.
Yeah, Chairperson, if I may, I just want to correct some language in the House.
Yes.
The Chairperson, the Honorable Anas Masondo, is the Chairperson of the NCOP and the presiding officer. He is not the House Chairperson, as some people have referred to him, and I don't blame the member from the APF from the Western Cape is new. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to a set of questions directed to the Mineral Resources and Energy Minister. And those questions are 31, 17, 32, 3, 18, and 33. So the first question is question 31. This question is on deaths in South Africa mining industry. This question is from Honorable Modise to the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. When you talk about fatalities in the mining industry, you cannot avoid looking back. And remember that there was a disaster in Coalbrook where 437 workers died in one day. You cannot avoid looking back at Kinross and appreciate the fact that 177 workers died in one disaster. And look at Valreefs and remember that 52 workers died in one disaster. Now, and therefore, as an industry, there's a resolution to strive for zero harm in the industry, so that mine workers go to work and come back alive. Now, having said that, we took a period 1993 to 2022 to look into the numbers and see whether there's improvement. In 1993, there were 653 fatalities. In 2022, we had the lowest number of fatalities, we had 49 fatalities. That is not enough. It's still 49 deaths in the mining industry. It cannot be accepted. What is it that we are doing to achieve this continuous improvement? I want to start with something called stakeholder engagement, that we've taken the issue of health and safety not to be an issue where there's a conflict between labor and the employers. We agreed that everybody, when it comes to health and safety, were on the same side, work together to reduce disasters in the industry. And that's why it is important for them to be part of getting solutions rather than fighting over accidents and fatalities. That is the first intervention. The second one is legislation. We've strengthened the legislation. Mining and Safety Council continues to strengthen legal provisions to ensure that lives of mine workers and persons affected by mining are protected. I can give you a long list of various interventions that are in that area. The third area is the issue of monitoring, issue and monitor implementation of directives, because the department issue directives every time there is an incident or an accident in a mine. Therefore, we monitor whether those directives are implemented consistently. The question of monitoring and enforcement of compliance. Health and safety is rule-based, and people must comply if they want to work together and improve levels of fatalities. Skills development, one such intervention. A skilled worker is a safe worker, because if you are not skilled, you are going to panic and cause disasters and accidents in the mines. And there is a focused program of health and safety directed at women in mining. You will remember that in 1987, women were not allowed to work in the mines. After the 21 days that shook the chamber, Honorable Chairperson, women were allowed to work in the mines. Today, 72,000 mine workers are female. So there are programs that are focused on health and safety for women in mining. That, in brief, that is that details you can get on all these aspects.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mudise.
No, thank you very much, Chair and Minister, for responding in detail. Honorable Minister, it is encouraging to hear about the efforts by the department in trying to eliminate these mine occupational related death. Yes, indeed, Honorable Minister, previously, when our fathers or our uncles, when they joined or they went to work to the mine, we were asking ourselves questions whether they will come back. Still remember the incident that happened in 1995, if I'm not mistaken, in Flagstop, where so many mine workers died there. So indeed, it shows that the minister is hands-on in his department. Honorable Minister, there are just a smaller companies that always repeatedly ignoring the department's directive, and they are not complying to health and safety standards. What are you doing with those companies? Because they are threatening the lives of the working class. Thank you very much.
Minister.
All mining companies are treated the same. Our attitude towards them is the same, big or small, old or emerging. When it comes to the issue of health and safety, health and safety is something we do not compromise. It doesn't matter who that company is. That's why if you categorize accidents and disasters in the mining industry, they will have a particular pattern. Let me give you, for example, all the deep mines have prevalence of seismicity, and therefore seismicity goes with regular rock falls. And therefore the number of accidents there require particular attention and extra support. And where there's machinery, that's another area where accidents happen in the mining industry. So we treat them the same. When there's an accident, if you are reckless, the first action that the industry, that we take as the department, is to issue a Section 54, which suspends operation until you correct the mistake. And if you continue breaking the law, we issue a Section 47 where we take the license from a mining company. And we take that decision very seriously. We don't take that decision anyhow. Sometimes people think that we should do that to punish a manager. It can't work that way. You take that decision, Section 47, when it is really reckless and people don't care. Then you issue a Section 47. But if there's an accident which reflects instant recklessness, Section 54 is sufficient to send clear signals that, listen, we are suspending operation for a period and therefore tighten up your health and safety. So that is where we are. We take health and safety serious in all the mines, irrespective of size.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Christian.
Christian is Honorable Bach for today.
You can see that.
Yes. I'm as beautiful as she is. Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, despite the reduction in mine fatalities in 2022, there are still bodies of miners trapped underground at the Lily mine that have not been retrieved. What steps is the department taking to ensure that necessary resources and expertise are made available to retrieve the bodies of these miners and provide closure to their families? Thank you, Minister. The 3 workers in Lily Mine who are still underground is an issue that is used emotionally in the majority of cases. Let's start from scratch. When there is a Coalbrook disaster, 437 workers are dead. It is not the state that takes responsibility. It was ISCO that took responsibility. When there was a Kinross disaster, it was not the state that took responsibility. It was Janko that took responsibility. When there was Vaal Reef disaster, not in Klerksdorp, in Orkney, Honorable Mudisa, it was Anglo that took responsibility. So in the Lily mine, the state is involved, but our approach is that you can't just throw state money into a disaster. We'll have to invite investment into Lily mine, work with that company that will invest there to have that container out and continue mining. So it is a private sector disaster. It's not a state disaster. And the state is responsible to ensure that laws are enforced and will do that. But the shortcut that says the state must throw resources in the recklessness of the private sector is a misnomer.
Okay. Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Dwight.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, you were correct in saying that mine fatalities has gone down, and we're very thankful for that. According to a recent survey by the Minerals Council of South Africa, the number of fatalities in South African mining industry declined by about 75% between 1995 and 2021. Over the same period, the number of injuries decreased by 66%. I want to quote 2 paragraphs from the PMG, because what's important, Minister, is that the illegal mining that's currently taking place is costing the country money, and it's costing mining companies money, and it's endangering the lives of legal miners, as you well know. I'm quoting the Harmony Gold briefed Parliament in 2020 and indicated that illegal mining costs the state and mining houses approximately 11 billion rand in taxes and 7 billion rand in revenue, and the fight against legal mining was becoming more difficult due to corruption. Harmony Gold had dealt with 1,163 cases of injured illegal miners and 641 cases of deceased. illegal miners. And between 2012 and 2019, our army spent about 1.7 billion rand on security. Minister, what extra steps, additional steps is your department taking to ensure that the lives of legal miners are being protected, their safety is guaranteed, and that the illegal mining activities that's currently going on is definitely stopped to such an extent that it will not cost the taxpayer more money and also not the mining houses, and will prevent fatalities of legal miners in the mining industry? Thank you, Minister.
Minister?
Honorable Duterte says to me, the state must invest money to protect crime. In other words, illegal mining, which is a criminal activity, by the way, is not a mining activity, it's a criminal activity. It is given a number of names. In Zimbabwe, they call it gold mafia and all those things. That is a network of criminal activities targeting mining. You cannot expect a Department of State to create safety for illegal miners.
Honorable Chair, on a point of order, I think the minister misheard. I'm asking what measures and steps are taken to prevent legal miners against the illegal mining.
But Honorable Duterte, first you raise your hand, then you get recognized, and then you speak. Now, the point that we have just raised now, I don't want you to repeat it, but you can if you want to.
Thank you, Chair. Am I recognized?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let's follow the procedure. Honorable Chair, on a point of order, just for clarity to
please take your seat, Honorable.
Pardon?
Please take your seat. Thank you very much. Now, honorable members, I'm just reminding you of standard practice and procedure. That you don't stand up and talk, but you raise your hand, you get recognized, you then say on what point you're rising, and then we look at that. Please don't be tempted to use point of order to debate and articulate your point of view. So, Honorable Duterte, I'm giving you a chance. On what point are you rising? And yeah, let's get an indication.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I do not have the rule book with me, but I just want to assist the minister. I think he might have misheard me. I was alluding to the fact that illegal mining is endangering the lives of legal miners in the country. And my question was, what additional measures are his department putting in place to ensure the safety of legal miners in the country? I was at no stage insinuating or stating that government money must be used to ensure the safety of illegal miners or zama-zamas. Maybe I must have started with zama-zamas. So not at all do we want to use government money and taxpayers' money to ensure the safety of zama-zamas. I was focusing on legal miners and their safety. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Duterte, that's not a point of order. You are just utilizing that to express your point of view and so on and so forth. Please, Honorable Member, let's not do that. Minister.
Let me emphasize this, Honorable Chairperson. Illegal mining is a criminal
Honorable
activity.
Minister, I guess what you're really doing is to address the House.
Yes.
Let's not have a situation where Honorable Duterte and yourself are seen to be engaged in a dialogue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Illegal mining is a criminal activity, and we must deal with it as such, full stop. What we are focusing on is to improve the safety of mine workers. Now, in improving the safety of mine workers, the interventions I listed are targeted and directed at mine workers. That's why, for example, before we achieved the 49 fatalities in 2022, the lowest number was achieved in 2019. It was 51 fatalities. And now we're at 49, and our objective is to achieve zero harm in mining. That is the objective of this department. And we have also accepted that we can't do that on our own. We can only achieve that if we work with the employers and with the workers. We all cooperate, and communities. When we're working together, the fatalities in the industry will be reduced. Every fatality to us is a concern. That's why anything from 5 fatalities in one accident, we have declared that a disaster.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Leahy.
Minister, one of the reasons why South African mines are getting safer is also because of the decline in the number of workers employed directly by miners. Fewer and fewer people are working underground each day, minimizing the number of people that get exposed to harmful conditions. Molly suddenly, Minister at the netefatsa gore di mine di bolokesegile le go thapa babereki ba le bantsi ka nako le nngwe. Ke a leboga.
Minister.
Statistics are important in that you quote numbers. You don't just say employment is reduced in mining unless you say numbers have dropped from X number to this number. And I can emphasize that the reduction of fatalities is not a function of reduction of workers working in the mines. Actually, I can tell you that even during COVID, one sector that didn't reduce its workforce was mining. In the latest labor statistics that were reduced, the marginal increase was in mining. We continue keeping an eye on that. So we can't answer a question that is not based on correct statistics. The statistics must be correct, then we can respond to that question.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to the next question. That's question 17. The question is on energy action plan. Energy action plan. And the question is from Honorable Nana to the Minister. Minister.
Honorable Nana is asking a question of the progress made with regard to energy action plan that was announced by the President on 25 July 2022. It's a very important question, despite the fact that it is directed at the wrong department. Yes, I'm going to respond to it, but it is at the wrong department. Therefore, Honorable Nana is crying at the wrong funeral. Is crying at the wrong funeral, really. Because energy action plan is focusing on dealing with load shedding. And the actual area of focus in load shedding is the optimal performance of energy generating power stations. And that competence has always been in DPE. It is now with the Minister of Electricity. But more important is that President Ramaphosa made this announcement. From where we are seated, all that we are expected is to continue increasing the generation capacity of energy. And there's a big debate that we're having of whether, if we actually accelerate a renewable energy program, whether we'll deal with load shedding. Our conclusion is that we need renewables for long-term sustainable supply of energy. But for load shedding, we need to focus on the energy availability factor, power station by power station. That's what we should do. And number two, we need to procure emergency electricity supply to supplement what is already there. Number three is to import energy from neighboring countries. And we've agreed that we should focus on increasing the skills in ESCOM. So that program, that is part of the program, and everybody's focusing on that. The reason that we are supporting the Minister of Electricity is that his area of focus is a correct one, because he has gone to 14 power stations thus far. In all of them, paying attention to the question of the energy availability factor, power station by power station. It's a correct one. But we must also look into other areas where the president announced a number of issues like rooftop, solar plates in society. And that is supplementary program to deal with load shedding. Load shedding must be corrected. It should be corrected urgently. It's not a matter of mobilizing for votes. It's a necessary intervention because it irritates society and it costs the economy. So, and that should be done whether it is about votes or not votes. It has nothing to do with mobilizing for votes. That's what it is.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nana.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, me crying in a wrong funeral, Minister. The confusion that me and South Africans have is exactly explained by your response, because for some reason you want to shift responsibility to the new Minister of Electricity. But despite that, let me ask my follow-up question. Minister, despite the Energy Action Plan as announced by the President and the creation of yet another Minister of Electricity, whom you famously called a project manager, 8 months later, very little progress in implementing the plan can be pointed out. In fact, it is projected that 2023 is poised to be even worse than 2022 in terms of rolling blackouts, which have engulfed our country for the past 15 years. But I will put it to you, Mkhulwa, the slow progress and pushback in implementing the Energy Action Plan can be traced back to the Ministry of Mineral Resources and Energy, led by your good self, because you are ideologically opposed to some elements of the plan. Will you please tell this House, when do you anticipate the full implementation of the plan, and stop quarreling amongst yourselves while South Africans are at the receiving end of load shedding? Thank you.
Minister.
Honorable Nana, unfortunately, is misrepresenting the DA. Unfortunately, because he is using the report of Oosthuizen, which was a desktop research, a book research, to accuse all of us of all the misnomer. He must go and follow the action as implemented. I'm not shifting any blame. You know, my party, the African National Congress, Honorable Chairperson, said transfer ESCOM to Mineral Resources and Energy. It has not happened. Now, I cannot be accused by association. Give me the task, let me execute it. Actually, even in renewables, which I'm always accused of blocking, I have authorized more renewables in 4 years than my predecessors did in 11 years. Number two, we've even removed the ceiling on embedded generation, which means there is deregulation of embedded generation, and therefore people must use that opportunity to move on. You know, there was one company that applied for a license to develop its own energy. That was Goldfields. When in 2021-22, mining declined production by 9.9%, Goldfields, because it has completed that project, grew by 10%. So I don't want Honorable Nana to make wild allegations that he has not researched. He must do research and come to the House and make scientific statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
I wish the minister would have responded to my question.
Honorable Makwala.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the minister. You will have to forgive us, Minister, because we are directed by this question that was asked by Honorable Nana. In our follow-up question as the economic freedom fighters, it has been almost a year since the Energy Action Plan was announced, yet at present, the year 2023 is already set to be even worse than 2022 in terms of the rolling blackouts, with more jobs set to be lost in the coal sector due to the corrupt deal made with the West, by Mr. Ramaphosa to shut down coal power station in favor of non-existing just transmission of renewable energy. Can the minister agree that the progress made is inadequate as stages of load shedding have been reduced and our people are still frustrated and inconvenienced by the rolling blackouts? Thank you.
Minister.
What I must agree with EFF about is that load shedding is unacceptable to anybody. It irritates society, it costs the economy. And therefore, in whatever we do, we must improve the level of load shedding, reduce it, and ultimately eliminate it. I agree with that. What I'm advising members of parliament, I say member of parliament to encompass the National Council of Provinces, is that don't come to the House as a public representative to make wild statements that have no basis in terms of information. It's a dangerous thing to do because society out there listen to us and they believe that we are the representative of society and we don't make wild statements. Coal supply to the power stations is an issue, but there's no shortage of coal in this country. There's no shortage of coal. Let me give you an example. I had a discussion with the Minister of Electricity, which I respect and work with, talk to him regularly, is that many of the power stations don't use the cost plus mines that used to be there. As a result of that, you increase the risk of contamination of coal by tracking coal into the power station. Instead of using a cost plus mine next to the power station and use a conveyor belt, which is more secured. And our view is that that is an issue that must be debated within ESCOM and be corrected, because coal supply and the quality of coal is more important. But if you track it in and people contaminate it, that is a risk that is external to the normal system. And I'm submitting that there is no shortage of coal, and we must also avoid this thing of thinking that coal is not a business. It's just mine to supply ESCOM. Coal mining companies are businesses that do business by trading with coal, with ESCOM and exports. And therefore, it's a sector that is very important. You know, last year, when we were given money by developed economies, they gave us money that was equal to 131 billion rand. In that year, whole turnover was 130 billion rand. It's a healthy sector, and when we monitor performance of mining, We also monitor coal mining as a sector because we have to look into gold, coal, platinum, and all that and all that. It's a healthy sector and we must actually protect it and make it a scapegoat for problems. Coal is available, quality of coal is good, but it must be managed appropriately.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now to Nsube. Honorable Nsube.
Thanks, Chair. And say that I think Minister also indicated this, Chair, that the initial question shouldn't really be directed to this department, Chair. And I thought, Chair, that as a presiding officer, you will roll it out because it's not a question for this department, Chair. But since I see that Minister has an appetite, Chair, to answer our questions, I just wanted to check, Chair, in relation to the energy availability, that maybe the minister can take the nation in confidence with ongoing or continuous developments within the two departments, both the electricity and energy. Maybe when can we expect the end of load shedding, Chairperson? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, please protect a person in this podium from Honorable Abaskar. Please, I'm asking you, protect a person who is here from Honorable Abaskar. I'm appealing to you for
this.
Now,
Honorable members, the stance we take really on this matter is that there'll be a little bit of noises here and there and on. As long as you don't drown the speakers, you don't seriously disturb the speaker, because in the main, we want to listen to the responses, for instance, by the minister to the House. So, Honorable Labusnakne, please take it easy, and let's just ensure that the minister is able to do what he's come here to do.
Now,
Honorable Labusnakne.
Oh.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on the rule 68.c. I rise on the note of clarity.
What point?
On point 68.c, the rule.
What point is that?
The rule at the discretion of the presiding officer on a point of clarity to request permission to put the question to the minister.
Yeah. I guess what we can do is really to ask the minister, order, honorable members, order. I guess what I may have just to do is to ask the minister if he's prepared to take a question. Minister?
I am answering questions. That's what I'm busy with. Now, if there are new questions, that will be a problem because I'm here to answer questions.
Okay.
Yes, I'm answering questions.
Point of order, Chair.
Minister, please proceed.
Let me answer that question.
Chair.
I'm answering questions
of order.
Samai. On what point are you raising, Samai? There's no point like that.
Chair, I just want to say the
There's
minister.
No point like that.
No, I just want to say the minister must be a crybaby. Minister mustn't be a crybaby.
Minister, please proceed.
Okay. The issue is the energy action plan is being implemented. Leading that effort is the Minister of Electricity. There is no contestation on that. So there is no fight between Minister of Energy and Minister of Electricity on that issue. He's leading that exercise and we're supporting him. And anybody who writes stories that we are having a big fight imagines that fight. It does not exist. Aiko. So the reality of the matter is that we want load shedding to be reduced and ultimately eradicated. That's all we want. We're all committed to that. All of us. I haven't had any member of the cabinet who is resisting that. So there's no such an issue.
No, thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Hadebe, there seems to be some point that Honorable Lapskakne wants to raise. Honorable Lapskakne.
Thank you, Chair. I still rise in Rule 68.c, where you, on a point of clarity, I raised this and you as the chairperson asked the minister a question and said, would you the question? I heard that he said he would. So can I ask him the question, please?
No, you can't ask a question.
Pardon?
You can't ask a question. Thank you very much. I'm not allowing that. Honorable Hadebe, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the expedition of finalizing the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill was one of the priorities listed by the President in his Energy Action Plan. However, considering that the bill still remains with state law advisors, please provide an update on the status of the bill, as without the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill on the statute book, most of the proposed energy sector reforms cannot be implemented. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Hadebe, please repeat your question. Speak a bit slower and speak to the mic. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the expedition of finalizing the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill was one of the priorities listed by the President in his Energy Action Plan. Considering that the bill still remains with the state law advisors, please provide an update on the status of the bill, as without the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill on the statute book, most of the proposed energy sector reforms cannot be implemented. Thank you, Chair.
I hope you got the question.
I've got it now. The bill has gone through the cabinet and we've referred it to the National Assembly. If the National Assembly takes it to the law advisors, it is the competence of the National Assembly to do so. It is out of our control. We have taken it to cabinet approved, send it to the National Assembly. Once it is finished, then it will come here. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much. Honorable Baden seem to be trapped somewhere.
I am trapped, Chair. I'm trapped in Rule 68(1)(a).
So on what point are you right?
It's a point of order, Chair.
Point of order, yeah. Let's hear the point of order.
See, my point of order is exactly what has happened now is the reason why this House has to start again with physical meetings and stop the online hybrid meetings, because it delays procedures in this House. Nobody can hear what is being said. I'm sitting here saying to myself, what is that honorable member asking online? Because the sound is so hollow The base is wrong. Nobody can hear anything. Please, Chair, can we come back to this house and do our job in person, please?
Yes, I guess honorable members, I'm sure what we should do is to note that point, and we'll make a pronouncement on it later. But I'm sure the point that Honorable Panel is making is a fairly clear point, but we do need to really make a ruling on it. So we'll do that later. Thank you very much. We will now move on, honorable members, to the next question. And this is question 32. And the question is on mineral beneficiation. The question is from Honorable Baby, and it's to the Minister. Minister?
Mineral beneficiation is a very important objective for South Africa, but it is contested by other countries on the basis of the price of electricity. If you want to run a point of a smelter, for example, it's an intensive energy consumer. And if your price of electricity, comparatively speaking, is higher, you are actually losing the energy, the advantage, competitive advantage in that area. That's why my submission is, yes, there are some areas where we've done progress, but the progress is lower than it should be because our price of electricity is higher than normal, and therefore is one area that we should pay attention to. Now, when you look into load shedding and other issues, you must also look into the price of electricity. Let me give you an example. When the tariff is increased by 18.65%, actually it talks to the generator. It doesn't talk to the end consumer. And the end consumer will compare prices if to run a smelter is easier to send bulk minerals to Asia, and you pay a penalty for that. Employers pay the penalty and still export bulk commodity to other countries. So it's an issue that we must pay attention to. It's very important because when we export bulk minerals, we're exporting jobs.
Thank you very much. Honorable BP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much, the Minister, of the detailed, response from a question. And as we know that there are very good achievements, in the mineral beneficiation program. Even though there are some challenges here and there, it is very important to address the challenges that have already been identified. Is there a time frame on finalizing the master plan that will help in addressing these challenges? And does the minister think that what is called the minerals of the future that is prevalent in our country will help us more in beneficiation process? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable BB. Minister.
Minerals of the future are minerals that are needed to move towards green economy. They will include your PGM, they will include your vanadium, they will include copper, all those minerals that are important for moving to green economy are what we call minerals of the future. We're endowed with them here, but they will be more contributing when we begin to increase the battery manufacturing industry, for example. When we do that, they will be more used, and that beneficiation will add more value in that sector. And therefore, we are quite keen to ensure that we protect those minerals and not sell them to people who are knocking every day to us, wanting to buy them raw. We resist that with everything we have because we're depending on them for the future. As there is a big fight on actually reducing consumption of coal, there must be an increase in consumption of other minerals. And that's why today when people say mineral mining is decline, we argue convincingly that it is not. All that has happened is to shift mining from being, it is equated to gold mining. It is the entirety of the mining industry that constitutes the mine, and therefore growth in the mining industry and beneficiation will depend on us processing those minerals of the future into products that we can use. Thank you very much. Honorable Dwight.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, through you to the Minister, I'm referring to this initial question that was posed. Minister, since the Constitution is clear in its preamble that it's there to, and I'm quoting, improve the quality of all citizens and free the potential of each person, close quote, how has mineral benefication benefited minority groups in South Africa? Not specifically and only Africans in particular, but particularly brown, white, Indian South Africans, and what measures are in place to ensure that these individuals are not left behind, but that the life of all South Africans are improved through mineral benefication. Thank you, Minister.
Improvement of life is not addressed only through one aspect. It is addressed through the value chain, which starts from geology to mining to metallurgy and then to beneficiation. That value chain must improve the lives of our people. That's what we're focusing on. That's why it is important today, as a person who never had a plastic certificate, not by choice, by law, because I was not a scheduled person. Today, I can boast that over 75% of miners are people who were not allowed to have a plastic certificate before. And the fact that every major mining company is having not less than 50% of management structure being Black, progress that we were actually taking. The fact that 3 of the major mining companies, I'm not talking of the emerging companies, I'm talking of big mining companies, actually having female CEOs is progress we're making. So it is not benefiting a minority. Mining benefits everybody. When it is under pressure, it is under pressure for everybody. Kumba is managed by a female CEO. Exaro is managed by a female CEO. Anglo Platinum is managed by a female CEO. And management structures there are not for minorities. They are actually being open to all the people of South Africa, and they manage them. Thank you very much. Honorable Badenhorst.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Minister. So typical, it's 5:45. And he's saying good morning. So there's something missing here. Anyway, let's work towards this, Minister. Investment in mining beneficiation relies on a steady supply of power. With the ongoing electricity crisis, which is brought about by the hollowing out of Eskom, corruption. So let me say this again carefully. I'm going to interrupt myself. Eskom is not working because of corruption. Eskom is not working because there's a lack of interest on the side of the private sector. Sorry.
Please stop what we're doing. Let's avoid having a dialogue. If you're asking a question, the question is asked through the presiding officer. Just running a meeting, just a basic way of running a meeting, Honorable Padre. When you engage in a meeting, you ask questions and so on. It's not between two people. It's the sitting that's very, very important. So let's try and avoid a situation where we have a dialogue or come across as if we're having a dialogue with the minister. Please proceed.
Honourable Chair, I don't agree with your ruling. I think it's a slippery slope we're going down now. I'm a privileged member of this House. And I have 2 minutes to pose a question, and I'm leading up to my question.
All right to do so.
So I'll start again, Honourable Chair, because I've now lost the impetus of my question. So if you don't mind me starting again. Minister, investment in mining beneficiation relies on a steady supply of power, with ongoing electricity crisis brought about by the hollowing out of Eskom. And it's hollowing out, not because of a lack of interest in the private sector. As you should know, Minister, as you've been a key player in failing to generate private interest in the energy sector. Remember your suggestion of Eskom 2.0 November last year? That's fact. Instead of asking and pushing for the private sector to get involved. My question to you is, Minister, what specific interventions have been made to protect the mining value chain and jobs in the sector from the blackout crisis? Thank you.
Minister. You know, when you are a minister, by nature, you are an object of abuse. It's normal. It's normal. Now, the reality of the matter is, Eskom, there are quite a number of things that didn't work well. Let me start from the fact that in 1996-98, government was warned that the electricity surplus was going to be exhausted by 2007. That was done officially. And the state at the time took a decision that they will open electricity generation to the private sector and didn't get into the bill program immediately, delayed it. By 2004, they started the bill program, Kusile Mitupi Ingula. Now, because it was rushed late in the day, a number of mistakes were committed. I want you to start from there before you talk about corruption. Corruption will be a factor, but it is not the sole factor. Because there was that late start of the build program, we ran into problems. Number two, the fact that I'm delaying a private sector from getting into the sector. Go and read bid window 5 and check how many megawatts are in that bid window. Go to bid window 6 and read how many megawatts in that window. That bid window, let me give an example, which has nothing to do with delaying. 4,200 megawatts were approved, but only 1,000 went in because the grid capacity couldn't absorb 3,200 megawatts of private sector megawatts. Now, if I am an obstacle in that way, then I will accept it. But the reality of the matter is that we approved 4,200, only 1,000 got into the grid, 3,200 from wind farms couldn't get into the grid. Now, grid capacity, now the explanation is, and I accept, is that if many of these bids are in the Northern Cape, capacity there is limited. If it is in the coastal provinces where wind is, Western Cape and Eastern Cape, it will be slow because grid is not strong there. Because originally energy was in Mpumalanga and in the central provinces. And therefore, when we issue bid window 7, which we're not blocking, okay, bid window 7, we are going to make it region specific so that we don't allow people to bid and succeed and not be having access to the grid. So that is it. Those are the plans that we're having. Bid window 7 is on the way. We'll actually authorize 5,000 megawatts in that bid window. And already we're talking about bid window 8, which is another 5,000 megawatts. So if that is blocking private sector, then I must accept that. Yeah. Now, the reality of the matter is that renewable energy lobbyists always mislead society by explaining as if that if you approve a renewable energy project today, there will be energy in the grid on Saturday. It doesn't work that way. They go through the processes, they get financial close, they build the facility. And only when they build the facility do they generate energy that goes to the grid. So we must not mislead society in the debate about energy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lutuli.
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Nana, what point are you raising, Nana?
Chair, I'm rising on a point of order.
Sorry?
I'm rising on a point of order. This is in relation to your ruling.
I couldn't hear what you say.
Chairperson, I'm saying
on what point are you raising? Yeah.
This relates to your ruling as it relates to Honorable Badenhorst. Earlier on, Chairperson, when we were dealing with question 17.
The point of order, point of privilege, what point are you raising?
Point of order, Chairperson.
Yeah, what's the point of order?
I'm saying, Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order based on the ruling that we have just made with regards to Honorable Badenhorst, that he mustn't speak directly to the minister, he must avoid dialogue. And I'm saying, Chairperson, in question 17, Honorable Nsube's opening remarks were directed straight to the minister. And he then went back to address you. And you did not rule him out of order, or you did not say what you said to Honorable Badenhorst. And really, Chairperson, my request to you, my humblest plea, is to treat us evenly. Otherwise, this is what leads to chaos in the House, as you will know. I mean, we have got history with this kind of treatment in the House. That is my plea with you, Chairperson. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Nana, but that's not the point of order, really. Honorable members, we will have to proceed. And Honorable Tuli having spoken, we now move on to the next question. That question is
Chairperson, I'm still here.
Sorry, I'm still here. Oh, sorry. Thanks. Sorry, Honorable Tuli. Please proceed.
Hey, Sihlalo, through you, Mphathiswa womnyango, sicela ukwazi ukuthi nemingaki phakathi ehlomulile from your mineral beneficiation, ikakhulukazi leyo which were historical disadvantage. And naleyo mphakathi emakhelwane to the mining companies that you have licensed through your department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
I'm sure Honorable Lutuli will require a written answer to that, to get those details and breakdown. But the point that I can make is that we don't break benefits to society in terms of the sectors of the value chain. If, for example, we must send over a school in Aituja, social labor plan by Sibanyu, which is a huge high school, we count that we tick. Okay. When we must hand over a high school and a primary school in Rustenburg, built by Robert Fukeng Holding, we tick that. And it goes on and on and on like that. Or a clinic, wherever it's in Mpumalanga, in Barberton, or in Middleburg, all tick them as benefits to society. And our approach to that is that social labor plan must not build small projects as a community hall and small thing that they must pull resources together and build impactful projects to society. But if you want the breakdown per sector beneficiation, that then you have to wait for a written reply. But the reality of the matter is that, as I said before, I'm repeating this today so that you must note it. Beneficiation is not as big as we talk about it. And one of the major factors to it is the competitive disadvantage when it comes to energy price and energy availability. So beneficiation without energy availability is not going to be accelerated, but other aspects of mining get accelerated. We do geology, we do exploration, we find the quality of minerals and the quantity, we mine them, we separate mineral from rocks, but beneficiation is an add-on, is a very energy-intensive user. So if we must give you that detail, we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, will now proceed to question number 3. The question is on awarding expansion license. The question is from Honorable Hadebe, direct to the Minister. Minister.
This question?
This is question number 3. And the question is on awarding expansion license.
Oh.
It is from Honorable Hadebe and directed to the Minister.
Okay. That is in respect of expansion of Tendele mine. Kwandakanyoni, KZN. Now, the department has not adapted the environmental impact assessment process in relation to the application in terms of Section 102 of the MPRTA, posed a court judgment against granting of mining right in Tendele Mining Company. The National Environmental Management Act, as amended, does have sufficient provisions to deal with environmental impact assessment of any activity, including mining. The judgment does not order the minister to adapt the environmental impact assessment process, but to reconsider the decision subsequent to any information that may be submitted to him by Tendele Mining as directed by relevant court order. So it is not an adjustment of an environmental assessment, but to reconsider the decision of the minister.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I would wish to know what steps has the department taken to compel mining companies to make reparation for environmental damage done on the land surrounding mining communities in ways that prove beneficial to the affected communities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Minister. Minister Alvan. Honorable Hadebe, can I ask you once again to please repeat your question? and try and avoid the echo as much as possible. So speak slower, a bit louder, speak to the mic. Honorable Radebe?
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, what steps has the department taken to compel mining companies to make reparation for environmental damage done on the land surrounding mining communities in ways that prove beneficial to the affected communities?
I'm sure Honorable Hadebe doesn't want us to debate the Tendele case here. Let me tell you why. Because if you go to those details, you are going to discover that the settlement of that case was accepted to the majority in that community. But there were a number of families that rejected it. And therefore, that's where the case is. It is not for us to say we determine the level of compensation goes to communities. They discuss and companies agree with those communities and pay reparation to those communities. The problem is that if out of 200 people, I'm just throwing a number, 10 do not accept it, actually that case drags on and on and on and on. We can't force that 10 to accept the reparation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ryder?
Thank you very much, Chair. The Minister, noting the turnout at your event yesterday, I hope you're not intimidated by the large crowd here today. Minister, in August 2022, communities from across the country that live close to mines came here to Parliament and protested at the gates, airing their grievances about what they saw as unethical conduct from mining companies on their expansion plans. So these strained relationships have been a running theme in mining communities for quite some time, and yet they play little role when it comes to assessing the licenses. It seems that relationships with key department officials and government officials are the main deciders in license considerations. Minister, what role has the department played to enable peaceful coexistence and a mutually beneficial relationship between mines and the community they operate in? And what amendments are being made to the licensing process to ensure that these relationships continue along on the best footing that they can? Thank you.
Minister?
Honorable Chairperson, one thing I can do is to respond to an exercise of communities coming to Parliament and Parliament receiving memoranda. That is the responsibility of Parliament, which is a total different arm of government. And when they do that, we don't interfere with them. But, you know, there's something called in the charter, social and labor plan. Social and labor plan is nothing more than a social license that a mining company pays to those communities. And if that social labor plan is not effective, that is what we are prepared to listen to when communities come to us and we deal with that. You don't need to amend it, you need just to tighten it. But social labor plan do work. I can tell you, Mr. Ryder, Honorable Ryder, that on Friday I was handing over a school in Tuju, and it's not a mining area, but it's a labor-saving area. And I can tell you, I've been all over. I've been to Kuruman, handing over school. I've been to everywhere. It is beginning to happen, and it is beginning to happen aggressively. Members of Parliament must be part of monitoring that process so that we can work together in making it more effective. That would be my appeal.
Thank you very much. Honorable Lutuli.
Angibonge Sihlalo. Phathisa Mnyango, iziphi inhlelo ezikhona noyisebenzisayo to do environmental impact assessment and okwazi ukuholda ngazo these mining companies accountable for the negative impacts caused by mining. Thank you.
Minister. The reality is that no mining company get a mining license if it doesn't have an environmental impact assessment certificate from the Ministry of Environment. Okay. No money gets a certificate if it doesn't have a water license certificate from the Ministry of Water and Sanitation. So at the point of issuing a license, a mining company must comply with all those issues, then we give them a license.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ngwenya.
And thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response. Honorable Minister, I want to check that has the court found anything wrong? Oh. So, thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response. I want to check that has the court found anything wrong with assessment process, and has the department implemented the directives of the court in this matter? Ngiyabonga, Sihlalo.
Minister.
As I said earlier, the judgment didn't order our ministry to adapt environmental impact assessment processes. It did not. The court didn't give us that judgment. All it said is that we should actually reconsider the decision depending on new information we receive. And that is the process that followed. The environmental assessment process, that's why we actually, I'm accountant by background. You may not know this, is that I never allow a transaction to be handled by one person from the beginning to the end. That's why when we are going to issue a mining license, the environmental minister must issue environmental assessment impact, and the water department must issue a water license. Together, they are approved, and then we give a license. So that means the intervention from external ministries to ensure that the mining license is a reputable piece of paper.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable members, that takes us to the next question. And this is question 18. Question 18 is a question on implementation of the court judgment. Question is from none to the minister. Honorable Minister. Yes.
The question reads whether the High Court judgment on the 1st of September 2022
Makanda High Court
set aside a decision by his department. I don't know if the minister owns the department.
Yeah.
By his department, not the department, this is the wording, Chairperson, that we need to be very careful of. And what happens if it's not a he, if it's a transgender person? Is it a he, she? How are they going to word that then? Thank you, Chairperson.
Complicating the situation, Honorable Tam. Thank you very much. The question is as is. I'm sure members have the question paper in front of them. We'll ask the minister to respond.
The Eastern Cape High Court has granted Shell, Impact Africa, the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, leave to appeal. The court granted us that. That was against the judgment on the 1st September 2022. And accordingly, the appeal suspends the operation and the execution of the decision. We've been granted the right to appeal and we're going to exercise it.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nana.
Thanks, Chairperson. For the longest time, I was trying to anticipate the minister's response that he will say the matter is sub judice. But I suppose his answer is another way of saying the matter is sub judice. But having said that, Chairperson, Minister, it is really sad that the communities that elected you into office are dragged through the courts. Amongst the findings by the court is that there was inadequate consultation. Secondly, Shell failed to present concrete explanation to show how the project will improve socio-economic conditions of the affected communities. Instead of respecting the court findings, your ministry has gone further into in its fishing expedition by appealing a crystal clear judgment at the expense of already hard-hit taxpayers. Will you commit to this House Court that you will stop the court action, implement the Makhanda High Court decision, remember who you serve, and respect the will of the people of the Wild Coast? Thank you.
Minister.
It's not a new disagreement between myself and Honorable Nana. The disagreement is simple. The Eastern Cape is one of the poorest provinces. It needs development. And therefore, we must actually stress the cost to the limit to open up for development. Now, when that court gave us a right to appeal, we must exercise it so that development of oil and gas exploration must continue in the Eastern Cape so that that province can grow and develop like other provinces. Now, Honorable Nana made an assumption that we're not talking to anybody, we're just I can tell you that there's a difference between court cases that where they are represented by NGOs, foreign money funded, and mainly foreign based, which are anti-development, and our moving around and meet all the 7 kingdoms in the Eastern Cape, Honorable Chairperson, explaining the intention. That has happened. I've gone to all 7 kingdoms in the Eastern Cape. We explained the intention, and actually this appeal will have more stronger momentum, having gone to all the 7 kingdoms in the area.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Honorable Dwight.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, with the department failing to do its mandate and playing an effective oversight role and effectively communicating with the communities, we are where we are at this moment. And you were correct in stating that you've got leave to appeal. You confirmed now that you will definitely exercise that right. But Minister, I want to know, since your department failed to exercise its mandate, and obviously this is costing taxpayers money because you're definitely not using your own to fight this battle, what measures will be taken against individuals in your department who failed to communicate with the community extensively? Because it's our money that's being used to fight this fight. And you stated now that you will definitely ensure that the exploration does go ahead because you want economic growth in that specific area. We're not contesting the fact that we're sitting with an unemployment disaster in the country at this stage. Minister, what financial benefit will there be for government if this is pushed through? And will that weigh more heavy than the environmental impact that this exploration might have in that specific area?
Minister.
Let me start off from the angle of failure to do oversight. Gas and oil are contested terrain in South Africa. And I always describe it as laws that have given environmentalists veto power over development. That's my conclusion. And it's a mistake that is going to cost the economy in the long term dearly. Constitution allows us to do development, but it is forcing us to be sensitive to the environmental conditions. But what happens using courts is to stop development. Now, if we stop development, there will be nothing to protect, will not protect any environment because people are going to be starving as it is happening now. My submission to this House is that let's work together to ensure that development is not stopped. What penalty will I give to people who committed mistakes? I'm a student of a man called Jack Welch. You see Jack Welch in his book, Jack, there is one chapter there that talks to blowing the rooftops. He is teaching us that people who commit mistakes in the process of execution, you don't punish them by expelling them. I got convicted with that. Actually, in that chapter, you'll get a CU that says to Jack, blow more rooftops, which is encouraging taking action, get involved, try to achieve results. Because this is the thing that the solution to mistakes that happen in the process of execution is to destroy people and throw them all over. It's a misnomer. Give people a chance to recover, give people a chance to actually continue executing the task given to them. I'm a believer of that. And therefore, I'm not punishing people for this. We go to court, we appeal the judgment. But once we have appealed this judgment, if it is given in favor of us, we'll continue doing this mix survey, exploration, ultimate exploitation. I'm not yet converted to the belief that we should not touch gas and oil because they're fossil. I'm not converted to that. Because those who tell us that Europe, the EU, does use gas and oil for their own development and maintenance of their development, but come and tell us not to touch it. They tell Uganda not to touch their oil, but they want that oil to go to Europe. I'm not convinced about that. We must continue developing our countries, and then we can have an argument and a debate in a developed economy.
Thank you very much. Honorable Magwala.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't know, Minister, if maybe you partially covered the question that I'm going to ask, but let me do so. Following this Makanda High Court judgment, measures that the minister which measures has the minister put in place to ensure that in future enough consultations are held with different stakeholders and that the pursuit for profits never overtakes the rights of communities?
Minister.
If you explore and exploit a mineral or gas or oil, obviously there will be generation of surplus value there. Therefore, you can't counterpose generation of surplus value to people and say, therefore, because they are profit, therefore it is anti-people. You need that surplus value to actually execute programs that benefit society. If you don't generate that surplus value, you are not going to have a community benefiting from anything. Community benefit because you exploit, you develop, and you grow the economy. Because you have surplus value, you have the scope and space to support society. Therefore, if you don't have that, you have another thing. Capital is dirty, profits are dirty. Actually, we are going to come to a conclusion that says, there was a case in Kenya, where people starve themselves to death and hope that they will go to heaven. We can't get into that we're going to starve ourselves to death because that's an entry point to heaven. No, it can't be. We must allow, come on. When I talk to people where I go, I encourage Black people to participate in the economy and actually generate Black capitalists. And those Black capitalists must make money. And after making money, they must employ more other people. Do you get my point? They must employ more other people. That is the economy. That's how it works. Yes. Thank you. Okay. There you are. But you can't counterpose with generating profits, therefore is anti-people. It's a wrong concept. Let's have a discussion on that outside of here.
No, thank you very much. I'm sure that many of us were interested in surplus value, use of capital for development, and so on and so forth. I'm sure this is the kind of discussion that can take place well beyond the confines of this chamber. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And let me thank the Minister for giving us a free education. Honorable Minister, does the department or government general have any difficulties in implementing these or any other court decision? Thank you very much.
Minister?
The department has no problem in implementing court judgments. That's the list of our problems. But if a judgment is against the interest that we represent, we appeal it. It's a right that we have. And we exercise that right fully every time we think that here there's a contravention of our own right. But as we don't have a problem with it, we have a problem of implementing court judgment. We don't have that problem. It's not a problem in the department.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That takes us to the next question, which is question 33. This question is on discovery of natural gas. Question comes from Honorable Mkiva, directed to the minister. Minister.
The discovery of gas and oil in our neighboring countries, it is here talking to Namibia. Companies that discovered that oil in Namibia, they have made 3 discoveries. They are currently drilling 10 wells of oil. But that oil stretches into our water. But if we touch that oil in South Africa, I can tell you that we'll end up in the Western Cape High Court. I know that it happens all the time. And we'll appeal it, yes, we'll appeal it. But it will happen that way. So the discovery of that oil in Namibia is encouraging us to appreciate that the fact that there is wealth that we're not exploiting in South Africa. And we have a responsibility to continue fighting until the right to exploit that wealth is fulfilled. And that's it. Whether it is gas in Mozambique, you must appreciate that there should be gas in the east coast of South Africa. Actually, what is interesting to me, is that companies that make these discoveries are companies that we chase away here. We chase away Shell here and Total. They go to Namibia, they make 3 discoveries of oil. To us, they must go through various court cases. ENI, which was doing exploration in the east coast of KZN, was taken to court 47 times, left us, went to Cote d'Ivoire, made huge discoveries of oil in Cote d'Ivoire. That shows that there is something that needs to be attended in our own policy. Rather than complaining, we must attend to that, and we're raising it everywhere. We have a chance to.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Mkiva.
Honorable Mkiva is in load shedding, doesn't have electricity.
Okay.
I will take the question. Is it 33? Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the elaborated response to the question. What will the discovery of oil and gas in our coast mean to the economy of our country? And what does the minister think about the
Honorable Mkiva, please stop. Honorable Mkiva, you are not audible. Yeah. No, thank you very much. We'll proceed with Honorable Mudise. We'll proceed with Honorable Mudise. Please proceed in this.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. What will the discovery of oil and gas in our coast mean to the economy of our country? And what does the minister think about the litigation environment created by the environmentalist group against the exploration in South Africa?
Yes, Minister.
Honorable Chairperson. He can't come through. You know, I am convinced that gas and oil are actually important for us. There will be a catalyst for economic development and growth in South Africa. If we discover it, we're allowed to, for example, the discovery of 3.7 TCF of gas by Total of the Mossel Bay is going to make a huge difference, not only in the South Coast, but in the. But if we can discover more, it means that it will change the nature of the economy. I'm convinced that it is gas that can change the Eastern Cape into a gas hub. You know, we've discovered lithium in the Free State. We have not decided what to do with that lithium. It is there, and that lithium can make a big difference in the that we used to be the Free State goldfields, now is the home for big discovery of lithium. Oil and gas will change the economy of the country.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's go on to Honorable Hadeb.
Thank you, Honorable.
Please speak slower to the mic. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, Honorable Chairperson, the Minister might have partly covered the question I'm going to ask. My question is, in the face of severe load shedding, the National Energy Regulator of South Africa has started approving gas projects to help alleviate the pressure on the economy. Considering the discovery of natural gas in Namibia and Mozambique, Honorable Minister, please advise whether your department will draw on the expertise of its Namibian and Mozambican counterparts on key challenges faced in Richards Bay. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Richards Bay is a different case. The 3,000 megawatts of gas power in Richards Bay is a different case which was taken to court, won, and environmentalists have appealed it. Okay, 3,000 megawatts. And we are hoping to build another 3,000 megawatts in the southeastern coast of South Africa. And we know that it's going to be challenged. So the discovery of these, of gas and oil on our continent is going to change our life, including shale gas, by the way, in the Karoo. We have taken 40 bottles of gas from shale gas to another country to verify if it is economical. The results are positive. And therefore, we've got gas all over us. We must thus have a right to exploit it and change the economy of this country. And I'm convinced about that. So then I'm saying the Richards Bay is a different case. We have a pipeline that connects Mpumalanga to Mozambique, and that pipeline is owned 80% by our government and Mozambican government, and 20% by Sasol. So that is a facility we're having. We can use it to change the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Lutuli.
Ngibonge Sihlalo. Ayi ngiyabona uMinister la ubezama ukungigqabela efuna lo mbuzo ungezikuyena. Wangena ngepipe wrong kwaya komunye uMinister, but hayi ngikhona manje. Will the discovery of the natural gas in Namibia and Mozambique create opportunities to boost South Africa's economy and social development in the long term? If so, please provide details in this regard as it relates to women and youth. Thank you.
Minister.
It can help us if we import. It doesn't replace the urgent need to discover our own. You see, we continue to import gas from Mozambique. We're going to import oil from Namibia. After one of the things we've done as a department over the last 3 years is to build intra-Africa trade, whether it is with Nigeria or it is with Angola or it is with other countries in the continent. And we do that because we know that it is more sustainable to work with the continent than to import all these products from very far at a huge cost. So we're working on that. Namibia will help us. Mozambique is helping us. And if we want to repurpose the power stations that you want to decommission into gas power stations, it will actually help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Labuska.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, I would like to know how has the South African government entered into commodity forward purchase agreements with Namibia and Mozambique over their yet to be extracted gas resources? And if so, what are the terms and conditions of those agreements? And then finally, Minister, I would really like to clarify. Now, at the end of the day, I didn't get the opportunity earlier. If it's the color green that I'm wearing or the tiger in you that made you assume that you need protection from me.
Minister.
Okay.
Please concentrate on
I
the
need soft protection from you. Because sometimes when you talk here, you talk there. That's soft protection. You don't need physical protection. Now, you know, we have no uptake agreement with Namibia yet. Okay. When there was a state visit by Namibia, one of the commitments I personally made was that I would go to Namibia, have a discussion with my counterpart in Namibia. So that one put aside. In Mozambique, there were a number of agreements, including the pipeline I referred to, the LNG that is being developed in Maputo. It gave us access to the gas in Mozambique. So that access is necessary. We need it because at this point in time, we can't exploit ours. But when we import it, there are no protests. When we must exploit ours, protests are visible. So I'm quite comfortable that as a region, we can develop if we're interconnected. And that is very, very important. And I think, let me leave it at that. That yes, Mozambique, we're trading with. Namibia, we have not yet started, but we're quite keen to trade with them. If you ask me, there would be nothing stopping us developing a refinery in Port Nolos to cater for both oil discoveries in Namibia and in South Africa. But that is a dream. It's a dream like ESCOM 2.
No, thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, having done the work that we've done and completed our business, let me start off by thanking the Minister of Minerals, Resources and Energy for availing himself to answer the questions. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank again all the other ministers who are here, to thank MECs who may be virtual, all permanent and special delegates for availing themselves for this sitting. Having done so, honorable members, let me indicate that there being no other business, the House is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Thank you.